All right. Good evening. My name is Eric Weir, Director of Special Education and Student Services. I'm bringing forward tonight some work that our staff that supports our students that are receiving services beyond the age of 18 in our district have done to rebrand the services that they offer in an attempt to reignite engagement with our families and provide a little more comprehensive services. And so, unfortunately, since we are here now in June instead of when we originally were hoping to come in May, the team that did the work isn't here, but I do want to give a huge shout out to Maddie Satire, who's the teacher that supports the program. She has spent a lot of time with some technical assistance from CISA in kind of reimagining what we can provide to our students who need some additional support beyond the age of 18. So if you aren't familiar, IDEA requires districts to provide services to students with disabilities ages 3 through 21. And so this is speaking to once a student successfully completes the graduation requirements that the state has and that the district has, instead of taking a diploma, they may stay for some additional supports and services as outlined in their IEP. Most of these are typically in the area of independent living, rec and leisure, personal cares, those types of things. They're not typically heavy in academics, though sometimes some additional support in academics could be provided as well. So the team really spent time this year using a continuous improvement framework. They analyzed district data, reviewed our current offerings, and then really started to hone in on some ideas and opportunities for growth within the program. So on this slide, I just have a snapshot of some of the positives and areas for growth that they identified through the course of their work. So the nice thing right now is students that are in this program get a lot of one-on-one attention. This year we had 3 students that required year-long services in this area. And of course we have the one teacher that is there to provide these types of services. Her role, Maddie's role really is to connect them to some opportunities in the community. So they get some employment opportunities with some of our local businesses. They have some great partnerships established with the YMCA, with the library, with Meals on Wheels. They do things within the Cunningham building. So they do some like inventory with clothing items, they size things, they hang them, they put them in the proper areas for a little like store that they have where people can then come in and obtain, clothing items and such. She does a lot of education with the high school staff, both BMHS and BLA, in regards to what she has to offer, but sometimes it's a little vague on how teams can work to identify some skills. So they took a pre-existing rubric that was created, and in the past that rubric was really used to determine readiness for additional supports. And they found an opportunity for growth this year to take that rubric and really leverage it as a way to individualize the services that somebody is going to get, instead of potentially using it as a way to exclude them from maybe being appropriate to receive certain services that the program may have set up and ready to go. The other side, you can see the opportunities for growth. With limited students, it's hard to do group activities sometimes, especially if a student is out ill and then you're down to 2 students or just 1 student. Activities could be more independent if there was less one-on-one attention that was going on. And in the past, there's been a real strong push to get students to be interested in Project Search, which is an opportunity at Mercy Hospital. In the past, that's been straight out of exiting Beloit Memorial High School, and instead the team really is thinking that there's an opportunity for us to continue to build upon our students' skills for a year or maybe 2 years post their traditional time at BMHS, and then have them ready for Project Search. Sometimes we see kids that sometimes they get accepted to Project Search, and then when they're expected to do the tasks, they aren't always ready for that type of work experience. And so our programs here give an opportunity to build upon the skills that they're working towards in order to allow them to be ready and the most successful in an environment like Project Search. So this is just a quick snapshot of some of the data. Indicator 14 is one of the many indicators that the special education department gets evaluated on a kind of cyclical basis. So every 5 years, districts are required to connect or collect this information. However, we have opted every single year to collect this information. And what this is a team of staff that call all of our families that have been exiters 1 year post exiting either Beloit Memorial or Beloit Learning Academy. And they ask a series of questions to get an idea of where these students, and again, these are students with IEPs, what they're doing post-graduation. So have they maintained employment? Are they in some sort of post-secondary education? Is it some other form of higher ed? Is it non-competitive employment? We then get kind of scored on the percent of students that we have meeting criteria. And really the state wants to see our students with disabilities getting some form of higher education or in competitive employment, rather than going on to like adult day programs or less than what would be considered competitive employment. So our team saw that there definitely is an area of growth for our district in regards to our students who are serviced through the area of either educational autism or an intellectual disability. Those groups of students tend to have the highest numbers of students not meeting the state's criteria post-graduation. And so that was kind of the target base that Maddie used to really build upon what supports and services she can increase to offer to our students and families. Then we did an Indicator 13 data dig. Indicator 13 is their post-secondary transition plan. It's a portion of the IEP, which gets developed starting at age 14. And they kind of broke down to see if there was any trends that they could identify from primary disability as well as race and ethnicity. And you can see they've identified quite a few students who were currently in that senior status this year that would be eligible for services, and our services would be appropriate for next year. Here's just a quick snapshot of the rubric refinement in terms of kind of matching skill sets up. They then worked to create a mission, vision, and a name for the process. And I'm excited to be able to announce to you guys today that the services are being referred to as Bridge, which is empowering adult learners with diverse abilities. And our students were the ones that selected that name, and they voted on and selected the logo that we created for the program. So here you can see their mission, vision, and their focus areas just kind of mapped out. Those focus areas really are stemming from that rubric, and those are those foundational skills that we would always make sure that the students that are receiving these Beyond 18 services are having access and opportunities to. And then in terms of planning for the future, Maddie has worked to really make sure that she's intentional about connecting with case managers from Beloit Memorial and Beloit Learning Academy and identifying students. So as of right now, for the start of next school year, there's already 8 students that have identified. So that's a significant increase from the 3 that we had at the end of this year, which is exciting. We developed an infographic timeline for the case managers to help kind of follow. You can kind of see some key dates and points that we're gonna work to identify the students, give them an opportunity to shadow what the program may be, to work with families to determine if it's meeting their hopes and desires for their student upon potentially exiting the program at age 18. And then we're also working on just holistic transition work because we're required to provide transition services students ages 14 to 21. So while this did a real hyper focus on 18 to 21, we're also kind of going back and doing some revamp around what supports and things we can provide to our students and families ages 14 to 18. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions?
I love your presentation. Thank you. Just a question as far as what we offer. Is there any way you possibly maybe do some kind of like, is there something that offers like transportation independence, for example, one of the things you look at, help them in the hallway, for example, if they have to call an Uber or call a taxi or how to navigate a bus system I don't know if that's part of the program or if it's even, is that something you guys are looking at?
Yep, so we've had students for sure with the bus They will go with the students to bus stops. They help them kind of get on, get off, how to use the bus passes to make sure that they're, an approved rider and not somebody that's just, catching a ride for free. Off the top of my head, I'm not familiar with any work around like using Uber or taxis, but if a student needed that and a family, expressed that that was an area that they would like some support with because they feel like their learner is gonna access transportation as an adult and that means, we would definitely, support the family in doing that. We support families with even driver's ed with earlier kids with IEPs, helping them get connected, study for the tests, apply for accommodations if needed, that type of stuff.
That kind of touches on something about the students and families that are involved in the process and able to see how they meet, how they contribute to the assessments. Is that kind of like critical?
Yep. Yes. And the intent going forward is the rubric that's in this presentation. So that'll actually be sent home to families. Families will have an opportunity to kind of self-assess where they feel like their learner is at in regards to those different domains. The case manager and IEP team at the school also will. And then when they come together for that IEP meeting to determine what the Beyond 18 services may look like, they'll kind of see where the family feels the learner is at, where the school team feels they are, and then come to some sort of consensus in terms of what goals and services are going to look like moving forward. Yep.
Any other questions? Ms. Lewin?
Thank you for this beautiful presentation, and I love how you highlighted just some use of data and just kind of gave us a narrative of like how that's scrutinized and just that analysis. It's just really helpful. It's a beautiful concept, and I love that the kids were able to be so like participative in like creating a program as well. So I just was curious. So this is like a 14 through 21 program that's gonna like kind of you talked about the buffer and through kind of lesson project search, for example, and other things. I'm wondering with the competitive plan, like what is our relationship like right now with like local or even countywide employers in terms of that competitive employment piece? And then do you see an area of growth there? Do you want to talk about that a little bit? I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, so I don't have like concrete numbers off the top of my head in terms of local businesses. We can pull some of that survey asks. We don't always ask in there specifically where the employer is or which employer it may be. We just typically ask them, are you employed? Are you making at least minimum wage? And are you working at least 40 hours a week, which is how the state defines competitive employment. Sometimes students will share where they're working so we can determine if they're local here or within the region. Maddie has done some pre-work and plans to continue to do work in terms of connecting with the local businesses to provide some targeted job opportunities, some kind of like pre-employment opportunities within the businesses. And hopefully, that can then lead to some form of competitive employment in the future when the student is ready and when the business obviously has a natural vacancy that they're looking to fill where the student has the qualifications to meet that need. So.
Well, that's really exciting. It sounds like a really great opportunity for like a connection with like the GPC and Mr. Pennington and the city. And I think now that this is like kind of rebranding, this is like exciting, and it is really exciting.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a great opportunity to make those connections and engage and let us know how we can support. It's really great.
Yeah, of course.
So this is near and dear to my heart. My own son is part of a program like this up north. I love the idea of having signing day. Please reach out to us when that gets close. So if we're at all able to, I would love to be able to attend. My question is, first off, amazing going from 3 students to 8 students.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think reaching out and having Maddie and the other person be involved with IEPs was part of that growth?
Yes. So Maddie typically has been invited to IEPs in the past, but what we found is, teachers may not be teachers aren't always fully aware of what supports and services are offered. And sometimes families don't always come to the table being willing to share what their hopes and desires are. And so it really is just a need of us to encourage families to share what their hopes and desires are for their student, and then to continue to make sure that we are educating our staff at the high school level particularly about all of the options that are available for a student so that they know that they don't necessarily have to graduate at the end of their senior year, that they could, if ready, maybe attend a project search, or if not ready, attend Bridge. They could do combinations. And Bridge is not set up to be a full day, so it's not a typical 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. program. It's really meant to meet the individual needs. So some students are there for 2 hours, some are there for 6 hours. And it's very targeted skill work when they are there.
The literature is fantastic that goes along with it, and the logo is very fun. What would you say is the capacity? So, we have 1 teacher and 3 students. How many, or now we're up to 8 students, how many students could be handled within the program, the way it's staffed at the moment?
The way that it's staffed currently would be probably 10, possibly 12. When Maddie and I talked, it would all depend on where we were able to get opportunities for students, and then whether or not we could map out getting them to where they need to go and then picking them all up in a timely manner. So we do have a van. It's an accessible van that they use to get around town. And so once they arrive, they kind of start their day. Currently, we're located at the Cunningham building. So they start their day there, but then they go off and do their community service, their rec and leisure, the different activities, and then they come back and they exit the day or leave the day from the Cunningham building. So it's a little bit dependent on logistics.
Well, thank you so much. And tell Maddie thank you for us too. This is great stuff.
We will.
Okay, then next on the agenda is Pupil Services Grant Updates with Melissa Beavers.
So while Eric's getting the presentation up and running, I just wanted to say good evening. I'll quick introduce my team. Some you have seen, some you haven't. Eric Weir, just heard from him. We've got Michelle Babilius, the Director of School Health, and Ryan Turner, the Safety and Security Coordinator for the School District of Beloit. And over the past year, and actually every single year, this team actively pursues and manages a wide range of grant opportunities to support the needs of students and families and our schools. Our efforts reflect our ongoing commitment to identifying external resources that align with our district goals and help us go above and beyond what our general budget can provide. So this evening, we're going to just share a quick overview of all of the grants that were awarded or applied for during the 24-25 school year, including the purpose of each grant and how the funds are going to be spent to support our students. So I'm going to turn it over to Eric.
All right. So the first grant that I have up on the screen here is the Opioid Prevention Grant. So this funding originated from the opioid settlement funds that were awarded to the Department of Health Services. The money was then allocated to DPI to administer through a competitive grant program to support K-12 evidence-based improvement strategies. And so we were awarded $50,000 this year for that. And the purpose of this funding is to support new and existing substance use prevention programs within our district. And so I'm really excited to be able to share this information. So the evidence-based improvement strategy that our district was approved to use this funding for is called Strengthening Families Program. If you're not familiar with that program, it's an evidence-based intervention shown to strengthen family relationships and reduce youth drug and alcohol use, depression, and delinquency. So it's a family-based program with parent and youth lessons taught simultaneously. You can see at the bottom of the slide here the list of topics that they cover, but the unique thing about this is that parents and their children have some sort of meal or bonding time at the beginning of the session, and then they separate for the first hour and attend their individual classes. So the parents are on parenting type topics, the youth are on social emotional learning, skill building, strength building topics, and then they come together during the second hour to have a joint opportunity to practice the skills that they learned in those respective classes. So it's going to be a really great opportunity for our families to get some additional support here in our district, and then obviously incidental benefit for our students who are learning some really great skills as well. The team, we sent information out to all staff because there's no criteria for being trained as a coach. Anybody that works for the district is able to be a Strengthening Families coach. I had well over the number of slots that we had available of staff expressing interest, and so I'm excited to say in August we're going to have 20 staff that get trained in facilitating this program, and we'll be able to launch the program in September or late October. So more to come on the actual outcomes of it. But the other grant that I'm going to talk quick about is the Recovery High School Planning Grant. So this grant is authorized under Wisconsin State Statute known as Act 72. We were awarded $75,000 for this, and this is for the planning with the intent to establish a recovery high school. So this spring, because we had a very short window of time to spend the money, we were awarded the funds in March, and they had to be used by this month in June. And so we started to engage in some coaching, technical assistance, and planning with the Association of Recovery Schools to learn, plan, and work towards implementation of a recovery high school program. And so we're excited to continue this work going into next year to be able to offer this really critical and exciting opportunity for our students who need some support with substance use, but also, we don't want them to be missing school. And so this allows us the opportunity to provide that intensive recovery support at the same time that they're receiving their education, so they're not missing out on their education.
All right, so as Missy said, I'm Ryan Turner. I'm the District Safety and Security Coordinator. So November 2024, so just a few months ago, we put in a grant application for the Community Impact Grant through the State Line Community Foundation. And we were informed in February that we had been awarded $1,800. And where that $1,800 is going to go, or did go, is that we purchased 10 of these Stop the Bleed kits that we'll be mounting in all of our school buildings throughout the summer, ready to go for fall. And once they're installed, myself and another security officer in the district will be training staff in Stop the Bleed. And our hope is that as more funding becomes available and so on and so forth, that we can expand instead of having just one in a building, 2, 3, so on and so forth.
We have one more State Line Community Foundation grant. It was a post-secondary planning for students with disabilities. That was a $600 award. This is going to support post-secondary planning for students, kind of leads into what Eric was talking about earlier. The $600 is spent to take our high school students, high school aged students, so BMHS and BLA, on post-secondary visits, college visits, technical college visits, and anything that would go along with their goals post high school.
Hi, so I'm Michelle Villas. I'm the Director of School Health. So one of the grants we received this year was for a tele-nursing grant. So we received a title unit, which was actually really interesting. It allowed nurses from Bellin Health to see our students. So if a nurse needed to leave the building for whatever reason, they had to go to another assignment or whatever, we wouldn't have such a gap in the health office. They would still be able to see this nurse. The nurse would then be able to use the equipment, and they could actually listen to the heartbeat. They could look in the throat. They could look in the ears. We would have a staff member assist them in what they needed to do virtually, but it did help provide those nursing services. Another fun part of it was that parents and staff could also utilize the services from home. So they wouldn't be able to use the equipment at that time, but if they had questions such as, should I come to school? Should I go take them to be seen? They were able to do that virtually before even coming to school, which helped prevent, communicable diseases if they were to come in sick to the school and give that to other people. So it was good. And then the other one is for Stock Asthma Program Grant. So I'm excited about this one. This funding will help us initiate a stock short-acting bronchodilator in the school district for the upcoming school year. We'll be writing protocols and working with our medical advisor to get this started in the school district because, oops, I think I went too bad. Because students often do miss, because of respiratory conditions, having medications here in the health offices will help keep students in school instead of sending them home if they were to have a respiratory distress and we didn't have an inhaler for them or written instructions from the provider. We would be able to give them this rescue inhaler, and then as long as they improve, they could go back to class and finish out their day. It will also help prevent families from having to leave work to come get their student if, you know, they don't have a rescue inhaler with them. So.
Okay. And then we have a couple other grants that we applied for here this spring that we're hoping will hear the award notices for over the summer. So the alcohol and other drug abuse grant, it's a 2-year award. We applied for the maximum amount, which is $50,000. That is funded by DPI, but it's contingent upon the biennial budget being passed. So we should know sometime midsummer is what the state is saying in regards to whether or not we get that one. We then had some of one of our Teresa Whitney, our special ed program manager, applied for the transition readiness grant. She applied for $37,955, and what she's hoping to do with that is be able to fund some driver's education classes and licensing fees for up to 30 students with IEPs that need some assistance with that, as well as transition training, professional learning for staff members to assist with the rebranding of our transition program and services. The anticipated award date is July of 2026.
Can I just answer? And the reason why it's written for driver's ed is because transportation is one of our biggest barriers that we see in students accessing anything post-secondary, so to your point.
And I just noticed that is an error. It should be July 2025, not July 2026. This coming July, next month. And then we just submitted again for a second round of the Recovery School Planning Grant. We submitted for an additional $100,000 to assist us in continuing to work to build out a recovery high school program. And they anticipated June 20th, or the due date was June 20th. They anticipate late summer award notices.
22 seconds.
That's it.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Ms. Miller?
I'll be brief because I know it's a full agenda. This is phenomenal. I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever written a grant. It's a giant, just a huge lift. It's a huge investment of time and expertise. So is grant management. I'm really thankful to hear the State Line Community Foundation has made such a huge investment as well. Thank you so much for putting all of this together. And like on a personal note, having a close friend who died from an asthma attack in high school, I can't overemphasize how much like that and all of these grants are just so directly meaningful. And I think the other thing that we have to notice is that within a school district, the #1 impact on student achievement is of course their classroom teacher, but family engagement is like overall the most important thing, and almost every one of these grants has like a huge like affecting impact. That was a dumb way to say that, but you know what I mean? Like it makes a huge impact on families. Even just like knowing like, do I take my kid to the ER or not? Like I don't know how many times I've had that argument with myself, right?
Right.
This is tremendous. I just really thank you so much for this.
Thank you for all your work. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is proposed policy 345.6, Rule 4, Spanish language credits. And we have Ms. Teresa Moratek presenting with Dr. Anthony Bosco.
Thank you. So we are here to receive some feedback on a proposed policy. So after we receive the feedback, then it's my understanding we can approach the policy committee to have that placed on the agenda. So just asking for some of your feedback to the TLE and PS committee members. Thank you for putting it on the agenda. So to give a little background knowledge, and Mr. Bosco certainly can add to this, I uploaded the policy for specific graduation requirements. And in February, this policy was approved by the board. And if you look on behind the chart, or after the chart, I'm not sure how it's copied, is 2E. So there's those different ways that a student can earn credit. And so the last one on 2E is an examination to meet requirements for a particular course. And so when we approved that, or when the board approved that, there was a conversation of how this is in alignment to state statute and DPI, but that process and protocol has to be built out. So you have to identify, what's the assessment and what are the courses and what does this look like. So the whole purpose of this new policy that we're bringing forward to get feedback on rests in that. Could there be other courses and other examinations and things like that down the road? Yes, but we'd have to then identify what those are, and they would need to be board approved. So our first kind of big need in all of this was to recognize awarding of high school credits for the demonstration in the subject area proficiency of Spanish. And that's twofold. That's our legacy of DLI programming that we have in the district. And then also we have a newcomer population, and it's actually growing in our district. I think it was like a couple years ago, it was around in the 40s, and in this recent times, we have around 60, 65 newcomers. And we define that for students that have been in the country less than a year. And we speak 14 different languages, primarily in the school district of Beloit, but our main spoken one is Spanish. And our newcomers come from all over, Middle America, Central America, and Mexico and South America. We wanted to get this going because when we did this in February, there were other things that needed to follow that are within this set of policies. And so this is continuing that work to really honor also the work that was started. Tony, did you want to add at all?
Yeah. As we talk about the policy in and of itself, and Ms. Moratek alluded to the idea that this is Spanish and it could be extended to other areas down the road, we're really trying to bridge an equity gap that we see for our DLI students coming out of our K-8 program. Because as you transition from middle school to high school, you can earn high school credits in middle school, but there are certain parameters. Those parameters are that content has to be high school content, and it also has to be taught by a high school certified teacher. So there's an opportunity for middle school students to earn Algebra 1 credit, Spanish 1 credit, and Spanish 2 credit. So theoretically, they can come to high school with 3 credits. Our DLI students, when they leave middle school, 8th grade, will have a higher Spanish proficiency level, but because they do not enter that Spanish 1 and Spanish 2 pathway, they could have they could have the Algebra 1 credit, but not have any Spanish credit, but have a higher Spanish proficiency level. So really this initial kind of attempt to bring this policy to TLEPS and then eventually the policy committee is to level that playing field so that those students have a similar and equitable credit profile as they enter high school. As you can see in the policy, we've laid out very clearly what courses students would be awarded credit for with completion of the course of a B or higher, and then ratings on the ACTFL assessment, which is the assessment that we use to demonstrate language proficiency for the seal of biliteracy. And based on that criteria that we've set, if they earn that letter grade and demonstrate that level of language proficiency, they would then be awarded credit for that course and courses that came before it. That would level the playing field for those students that are in the DLI pathway as compared to the monolingual students. So that's the complete kind of backstory on where this policy is coming from. I have worked with Julie Horvath, the high school world language chair, on kind of setting the criteria for those courses, and she's perfectly fine with the policy as it's coming through the process right now.
Is there any questions or feedback?
I have a question. So it's a standardized test, the test that they're given then?
It is, yes. It's actually the same test that we had to apply to DPI to use to award students the seal of biliteracy for. So it is a nationally, worldwide recognized assessment.
And then the portfolio would be part of just their coursework within The classroom?
Essentially, it's standardized test or portfolio, and we're leaning more on the standardized test because it's already a part of our seal process.
And it doesn't add an extra thing for teachers to have to jump through some
Right,
more hoops
right.
too.
Yeah, the
so.
state statute's written as an or, so then
Okay.
you select one or the other.
All right, gotcha. Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Romero?
Okay, so am I correct in just like, kind of like just putting it out there, so it's like a test, kind of like test out for it basically?
Essentially, right.
Okay, yeah, kind of like when you go to college. you can
Exactly,
test into your-
exactly.
You can test into your higher classes right off the bat, okay.
Right.
Okay, cool, I like that. I do agree with that, because I mean, you wouldn't ask somebody who mastered Algebra 1 to go retake that.
You're right.
you know, Also too, so.
Yes.
Another thing would be, would we be planning in the future to do this with other cultural languages like Hmong or like French or, something else? like
ACTFL
that?
provides assessments in those. The challenge would be French. We offer coursework. Mandarin we do not.
Right.
So you could maybe do something with virtual school where you could go through that process and take the assessment. So I think that's the beauty of this. We're just kind of stepping our toe into the water to see how it goes. But I think there's a lot of opportunity with this.
Okay, yeah, it's something maybe through the future that maybe think about
Yeah.
too.
I agree with you. And then the other thing is how our DLI looks, right? And so here, our DLI is with Spanish. There are DLI schools that have Hmong. There's one in Milwaukee and there's one in Madison. And so, we're not offering that in this district, but we already have such an embedded track where we have students that are coming up that are in this situation. And so that's something that we've been advocating for. And DPI is really saying you can have assessments to show proficiency. That's why that's in that statute. And so this is, to me, an appropriate application of the statute.
Okay, all right, and also, how does that look on the transcript per se? So how does that, for example, if they test into it and because there wasn't an actual course done, you can't give them a grade per se, so the GPA might be thrown off, how would that look because like colleges and scholarships will look at GPAs and everything
Right.
like that, so they'll see, is it going to be labeled something differently to be able to be considered so the
Yeah,
student doesn't get
that's a
tripped
great
up?
question. I think it would have to be non-GPA counting, but you would get the credit that would be GPA for the class that you took. The retro credit, so to speak, would probably not impact the GPA, but I think we'd have to clarify that.
Okay.
Yeah,
just
that's a
something-
great
'cause
question,
I was
though.
thinking about that.
Yeah,
so
no,
they
that's a
can
great
throw off
question.
GPAs.
So, for example, if you test into Spanish 4, but you haven't taken Spanish 1, 2, or 3, those could be your elective credits. But to your point, you may get the credit, but it won't affect the GPA. So there won't be like an automatic 4.0, to that credit that's earned. And so I think that you're right. That is something that we'll have to make sure that we're clear on, and we could actually add that to the policy.
And, okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So is this something where we have to make a motion to send it to policy, or just send it to policy? I don't know.
I'll defer to Dr. Garrison. My understanding is we only receive feedback. You don't have to vote. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
That's correct. We wanted the feedback from you all, and we'll provide, with this feedback, we can also kind of update whatever we need to update on our side, bring it back to the policy committee, as in our conversations with the policy chair, and then we'll kind of go from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, well, Ms. Martek, please stay right there because you are next for our presentation on standards.
Sure. So for this, I don't have a presentation. I just have the attachment. This is an annual requirement of school districts by the end of the year to inform the following year that the board adopts Wisconsin standards to say that we are facilitating and implementing standards in our school district. So pretty much I'm calling for an action and asking for an action, and then it will move to the consent agenda at the board.
All right, so moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then you have one more thing for us, right?
Yes.
So it's the Act 20 legislation, our update for the School District of Beloit's accomplishments and next steps.
Okay, and I also have Tony Bosco here too. I wanted to come and just kind of give you an end of the year update because it's been our cadence to come to the board, sometimes at the board level and sometimes at the committee level, just to inform everyone about the work that we're doing in the implementation of Act 20. Some people in our educational world are calling this the largest unfunded act in education in a very long time. And so we've had to do a lot of work on this without a lot of funding and resources. And so I am very grateful for this mighty team here that has pulled this off because it's been a district level initiative, our instructional coaches, our principals, and all of our classroom teachers to make this happen this year. And I have to, and I'm proud of this work. There's work to do because it's not like a one and done. Right now it's here to stay, and we have to figure out how to make it sustainable and ongoing, but I am appreciative. Okay, so I just wanted to include this. This slide goes way back to when we brought forward the vision for the adoption of American Reading Company materials, kind of that phrase, right? Know better, do better. Very common phrase, right, from one of our greatest teachers, Maya Angelou, said that a long time ago. And so the lens there is understanding the vision for improvement of literacy in the center. And then we talked at that time about the high quality standards aligned materials and why we needed high quality, right, and looking through ed reports and knowing that the resource that we now have is, the former one we had was not. And then braiding professional development with coaching cycles. And then the last part of that was strong instructional practices implemented with fidelity, because we know that it's not just about materials. We need high level of instructional practice, and it's not, you can't just have instructional practice with low quality materials. And so that's always been our goal, and this is kind of our guiding light for improvement of literacy. So Act 20, this is just the background information. This is a rinse and repeat slide that I've used in the past, but I just wanted to keep it up here because I know we're always onboarding new folks. Nice to see you. Yeah, we're always onboarding new folks. And so again, this was a state statute that was passed by the state of Wisconsin. And it required certain things, and it has years of implementation expectations. So this year we were trying to stay within the guidelines of 24-25. Those guidelines changed quite a few times throughout the school year, but again, we've adjusted and we're making good ground on this. So some things that we did is we developed this early literacy remediation plan, and it's posted on our website. That's a requirement. The other thing is we provided the district-wide professional development for teachers in grades 4K through 5 on foundational skills by an approved vendor under the state statute, which required approximately 50 hours of learning grounded in the sciences of reading. That is not a spelling error. It is sciences. It's not science. And the statute is written specifically for that because as researchers, we never just accept one body of work. And so it's sciences of reading, really. This year, 96.3% of professional educators in our system completed all of the modules and earned a passing grade on the summative summit. That is pretty good, right? And the people that did not is a small number, and there's reasons why. Either they were out for health concerns or they were new to the system. And so I'm really grateful for all of the teachers. The statute requires up to 3rd grade, but we asked all 4K through 5th grade teachers to participate. And as you can see, they came along and they did it. So now they're all certified going forward of having this training in our district. We also were able to find a vendor that was approved by the state statute that did not cost us per person. When we were first looking at these, there were some as expensive as $1,000 per person. And in knowing our financial situation, we really looked for one that was of high quality, but also this was no cost. The cost is the PD days of our staff, but the actual vendor is an open resource. So very grateful for Rochelle Elliott and the work that she did in that and seeking out vendors and trying different things. We developed and implemented an assessment schedule to include our universal screeners. And then we had to create a diagnostic assessment that followed that in compliance with state statute. We developed reading plans for students that are below the 25th percentile rank, again within state statute. Adopted the Next Path platform, which will progress monitor our reading plans going forward. We had to seek this work out too, and this is pretty forward thinking. Tony went to a CISA 6 meeting, I believe it was, with Sun Prairie, and learned about this platform that other districts across the state are using. And so I think it's going to be really nice going forward because you have to, as a management system and a progress monitoring system. We did board adopted, thank you, our promotion policy with those requirements going forward, so that's been accomplished. And then we developed our opportunity bridge because we want to offer intervention type of opportunities for our students for summer school. We already had an opportunity bridge built out in our programming, so that was real easy just to build this out some more because we have some pretty high quality summer programming, and so we've done that as well. So the universal screener is a standard that's being used across the state, and so this year we took it twice. We will have to take it in most grade levels 3 times next year. So we'll have to, again, we're in the process of developing the assessment schedule. We're always doing it at this time of the year so that it's published by the time our teachers come back in August. So we did grow from winter to spring. I'm hopeful that over time we will start to see even more growth. This assessment is what's called ORF, an oral reading fluency. So our students might be able to decode words, but this in addition expects the number of words to be read per minute, fluency. And so you may have a student that can read all the words on the page, but basically they're not reading fast enough. There is evidence in sciences of reading about automaticity and how that does improve comprehension, but it certainly isn't the whole piece of the pie. In Scarborough's rope, which is a common conceptual framework to look at how you improve comprehension. There's other things like background knowledge and vocabulary that play an incredibly important role, actually more of an important role than fluency and comprehension. But fluency does lead to increased comprehension levels. So we want our students passing this screener, and we have to practice as teachers how to read with this type of parameters with a certain amount of minutes or words per minute. And I see some people on the board shaking their heads yes that actually implement this, so they know what I'm talking about. And that's important. You have to practice it. I recently also learned that the state is most likely renorming the expectations of the screener because perhaps we were a little overzealous in our ask, and we're asking kids to read too many words per minute at their grade level for that cut score. So although this is baseline, there's probably going to be an adjustment with the assessment company around expectations for ORF to meet that benchmark. This is just the next few slides is just by demographics. So I had actually the schools too. So these are the different schools and their proficiency levels. If you pull up the slide deck, you'll be able to see those numbers a little bit better. I didn't take the time to make them larger. These are the graph snippets. Relatively, most of our schools are kind of looming around that 30%. Gaston had quite a bit of success, 51%. So we'll be looking at that and thinking about, they're one of our strongest first implementers of ARC. When I went out to the sites and visited the sites, our year one implementation, there were a lot of people in that building that had really latched on to that implementation, and I heard a lot of positive feedback. I've heard positive feedback about those materials throughout all of the buildings, but they were really off to the races with ARC. I also have a very strong instructional coach there. And an instructional leader as a principal. So here we have race and ethnicity, again, district average and where we're at. It's important when you look at this that sometimes the percentages can be hard to understand because of the number of kids. So for example, in our American Indian or Alaskan Native, it could be 100% because that could represent one student, and then it's 100%, right? Or if you have two students, you're either 100%, 50%, or 0%. And so just kind of keeping in mind when you look at this data, the number of students that are in a demographic area are important. Here we have ethnicity, Hispanic, non-Hispanic. And then we have special education. This is ERLA, our benchmark that goes with our embedded materials. It's actually, we're finding pretty in alignment to the screener, which is good. We want to see some of that alignment. This year we did not meet our goal. We wanted to end with 41%, and we ended at 38%. Kind of talked a little bit to some people this past week when we had our data SIP retreat, and I think that there was just such a focus, ironically, on Act 20 and the screener that there was some pullback on ERLA, and we didn't get all of those kind of late benchmarks in. But that doesn't mean that we also need to be focused. And then this last one shows growth. I wanted to call out how this works. And so a 1.0 means a year's growth, or 10 months. So a 0.6 means 6 months growth, so under a year's growth. Of course, we always want a year or more. If you want to reduce gaps, you have to grow more than a year. And so 1.5 would be ideal. And so our kindergarten group is 0.6. So I'm looking at thinking how to connect with some of our kindergarten teachers next year to brainstorm, because this is has shown to be a bit of a pattern. This isn't the first year. I like to wait until you kind of see a little bit of a pattern before you jump to assumptions. And so I think now we're at a point where it's really important that we meet with our kindergarten teachers and kind of talk about what I've noticed the trend is they're off to the races beginning of the year to January, and then they lose growth January to spring. So is that something in the curriculum? Is that something with the students? Is there something with interventions we could be doing differently? But I think it's worth looking into. And then some other next steps. I won't read all of these for the sake of time. But we have a continuum of professional development. Again, looking at those high leverage modules in Cox Campus and then making connections to our ARC materials. Looking at expanding our Lexia Core 5 licensures to all students that have a reading plan. Lexia Core 5 is an approved vendor under the statute. And then, again, creating that assessment calendar, and then framing out how we're going to onboard new staff members going forward with the mobility rates. Are they coming into the loop with their own training that they did elsewhere and that's approved, or have they never had training before and now they have to go through some modules, is an example of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I'll just say, in the interest of time, thank you, and then maybe we can just send email to follow up, because I know we're at 5:56, but thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
I do have one thing I wanted to say. So I talked to the literacy coach over at Gaston, and they have a lot of amazing things they're doing in order to encourage students to do those reading steps. Mm-hmm. They also have spent years where they do color studies, they call them.
Yes.
And I do know that ARC has done a lot to strengthen the foundational skills part of their program, and Gaston really dove into that and made that a big part of what they were doing. I did talk to the coach too and asked, about next steps for next year. And we talked a little bit about those students in yellow and how some of them just end up staying there forever, and things that the district can think about doing to make sure that they don't just hang out there forever, because like especially the ones that are in first grade that are still in yellow, we don't want them there. So thank you so much for all your hard work. Thank you to our literacy coaches and to you, Mr. Bosco. I know you put in a lot of extra work with CISA and figuring out this big stuff that they sent us. So thank you all for all of your hard work.
Thank you.
And that brings us to our Student Success and Support Ad Hoc Committee. Mr. Juan Romero, you want to share?
Well, we've come up with a list of names to be brought forth so far. We're just missing a couple, probably 2, possibly 3, but where when do we need to bring these up to?
What was your question?
When or where should we give these we got to bring this up to the board for approval all this next semester.
Right, so we need to do that tonight.
Okay.
So that we can get that going. Yep, so we created our advisory committee. We put together the purpose of it, the list of people that we would like to, that expressed interest that we would like to have be on it. And I guess what we need is just to move to send it to full board for approval. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and it's unanimous, so I think then,
Just real quick for this
Yes.
discussion, real quick. So there was, of course, attached to this presentation, naturally, real quick overview of the survey that went out. And so naturally, that's a space that, the community could actually look at if they do so choose to. Of course, we were prepared to kind of, run through that survey. Of course, time doesn't permit that tonight. However, the survey was very, very clear as it pertains to what we were trying to do, or what the committee is trying to accomplish, as well as, who's interested, dates and times, when people would like to meet, hybrid or no hybrid. And so those are some of the questions that were captured in the survey. And just for the sake of the people who may not have seen the whole presentation, that's something that's also attached. We also have attached to this presentation the Ad Hoc Advisory Committee list, not list, but the student success results, as well as the rule for the committee, which is also very important to know in case people have any questions around what's the next steps. And so, of course, you all have approved the list. That list now is moved to the full board for consideration, and then the full board will vote on that list, and we'll be able to start to plan how we can bring this team together.
fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Garrison. All right, so our next meeting will be July 1st, right? Okay. And do we have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Could
Aye.
I make,
Oh,
can
yep.
I make a correction? I think your next meeting date
Oh.
is July 15th.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes. Okay, yes. July 15th. Yeah, we don't want 2 of them. So, all right. Now a motion for adjournment. Seconded already. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm missing the middle.
Okay. We'll get started in just a minute. Okay, it is 6:08. I am calling to order the Tuesday, June 17th regular board meeting. And Mrs. Shope, when you're ready, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, absolutely. Joanne Rue. Here. Megan Miller. She just stepped away. Brian Nichols.
Here.
Tom Hankins.
Here.
Amy Levy.
Here.
Juan Romero.
Here.
And Tia Johnson.
Here.
All members are present. However, Megan stepped out of the room for a moment.
Thank you. May I get an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
I'm actually, oh, before there's a second, first off, if we could remove item 6C, when you click on view minutes, I get a message that, oh, now of course it's gone away. The minutes are not attached, but there's a message saying that the meeting has been reposted and to see the reposted minutes, but I'm not sure where that would be. So, unless that's just a glitch on my end. Oh, here it is. It says the meeting was rescheduled. Please see the minutes in the reposted meeting. And I have no idea what that means. So unless this is just a glitch on my end, if we could remove item 6C until those minutes are available for review.
A motion to remove item 6C, the May 20th minutes. Any other items? Okay. Mr. Nichols, did you want to move that? You're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Joanne Rue. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Tonight's President's Report. On June 6th, we proudly celebrated the graduation of the Purple Night class of 2025, the 155th graduating class from Beloit Memorial High School. This milestone marks the culmination of years of effort, not only by the 409 graduates, but of the entire Beloit learning community. Every diploma awarded reflects the dedication of our teachers, administrators, paraeducators, secretaries, custodial and food service teams, coaches, clubs, advisors, bus drivers, pupil services staff, and so many more. To each of you who played a part in supporting and guiding these students, thank you. As I shared during the commencement ceremony, we're not just teaching, we're launching futures. That sentiment rings true even during these summer months. We are deeply grateful for your continued commitment to our students' success, wishing everyone a well-deserved and restful, joyful summer break. That concludes the President's Report. Thank you. Next, we have the Business Operations and Finance Committee report. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Next, we have upcoming events and announcements. Board Clerk Romero.
Good evening. These are the announcements for Tuesday, June 17th. Each of our schools has planned summer engagement activities beginning in June for the students and families. Please be sure to check these events out either on the district page, on the district Facebook page, or on our website tonight. Summer school starts June 24th and runs for 6 weeks through July 31st. Registration is still open. You may register by going to our district homepage at beloitschools.net. On August 9th, the Beloit Memorial High School Skills USA will be hosting its first annual car show at 600 Henry Avenue from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. There'll be food trucks, music, a 50-50 raffle, and of course, car awards. Prices will vary by age group. Our future board meeting dates include Tuesday, June 24th, a special board meeting regarding the budget, Tuesday, July 1st for business operations and finance, followed by the regular board meeting at 6. Wednesday, July 2nd will be the policy committee beginning at 4 p.m. This concludes the announcements for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Next, we have public comment. Mrs. Shope, is there any public comment tonight?
I have one here in the room.
Okay, thank you. I will ask Vice President Nichols to read the norms for public comments tonight.
Absolutely. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the norms found on the back of your comment cards and in Board Policy 187, Public Participation at Board Meetings. We ask that each of you contribute to maintaining a respectful and orderly meeting and prevent discussing confidential matters in a public forum by following these norms for public comments during board meetings. Thank you for your participation and courtesy.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Mrs. Shope, who do we have up?
The person is Gabrielle.
You can approach the podium, and if you hit the microphone, the red light should come on so we can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Castro, and I'm a student at Beloit Memorial High School. I'm here today because I care deeply about our school's social workers, and specifically, I'm here to talk about Ms. Hill. I first met Ms. Hill when I was at Cuttingham. We weren't especially close back then, but I always knew who she was and the important role she played. It wasn't until we both ended up at Beloit Memorial High School the same year I started as a freshman that our connection really grew. From the beginning, Ms. Hill was someone I could go to when I needed to talk, ask questions, or just have a familiar face in the building. I still remember how comforting it felt during orientation to see someone I already knew. That sense of familiarity made the high school transition so much easier. She's been a part of my support system since day one, and I know I'm not the only student who feels that way about her. I know she's not being let go, but moving her to a different school still affects us deeply. For so many students at Beloit Memorial High School, she's been a consistent source of support, guidance, and safety. She's built real trust with us. That kind of connection isn't easy to replace. Removing her from our school, even if it is just a transfer, would leave a major gap in the support we rely on, especially for students who might not have anyone else to turn to. I started a petition, and many students, families, and community members have signed in support of keeping her here. That just shows how much her presence really matters at Beloit Memorial. I respectfully ask that you please reconsider Ms. Hill's reassignment. Beloit Memorial High School students need her here, not just any social worker, but her. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Were there any online submissions?
There were no emails, no.
Thank you. Next up, now we have the Business Operations and Finance Committee report. Mr. Hankins?
Thank you. I'm very grateful that I am back with the board after being gone for a few weeks. I'll fall on my sword a little bit. I'm derelict in my duty that I have not followed through with legislation or with the committee that I'm the chair of at this time. I will do my due diligence and will get caught up. That is my commitment to the board, and I will follow through on that. So at this time, I would defer to Ms. Elwood to give us any updates you can, and when we get to legislation, if my wonderful colleague, Ms. Megan, would chime in. All I will say on legislation, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, the biannual budget is coming up very quick, so get hold of your congressman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Would you like Vice Chair Nichols to cover your business ops finance report?
I would be very honored. Thank you.
Mr. Nichols?
Just happened to be ready. Thank you. So the Business Ops Finance Committee met on June 3rd from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. And Mrs. Elwood covered the April financials for us, and we approved those and moved them to the full board. This was really her meeting, and her first action item was a line of credit disbursement that should we need it, we had to renew it, and that was also approved and moved to the full board for approval. And then there was some contracted services and purchase approvals from the year we just ending that needed to be approved, and we approved those and moved those forward to the full board. And then for the 25-26 school year, we had some contracted services and purchase approvals that we also approved and moved forward to the full board. And that concludes the Business Ops Finance report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee report. Chairperson Rue.
Thank you. So we had a packed meeting tonight. We talked about the transition services that we have here in Beloit. It's been rebranded into Bridge, and there's some exciting things going on with that. We got our update on pupil services grants. By the end of this year, it looks like we have over $200,000 in grants that we will be receiving or using. We're looking at changing policy for Spanish language credits. I think that's going to come to full board for approval. Our academic standards, we got information on the Act 20 legislation and updates on how our students are doing and our next steps for that. And then stay tuned for Student Success and Support Ad Hoc Committee information. And that was it for tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Rue. Legislative update. Board Member Miller, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, sure. So first and most importantly, Mr. Hankins, you are in no way derelict of any duty. We're a team, and we are all here to support each other, and we're just really glad to have you back. So welcome back. So I didn't prepare a report, but I do have a couple of updates I'd be happy to read I'm on a mail list, I get subscription kind of stuff. So, I mean, there is a pretty harrowing situation right now unfortunately, with the state budget. So if you'll forgive my lack of preparedness, I'm just going to kind of read from an update I recently received. So it says our special education spendable aid is at risk. So just to clarify, it is possible for the Joint Finance Committee to present a budget that says that there are funds for education, but those funds are not spendable by districts. So they come in the form of like property tax relief, but that's not necessarily like aid, like in addition to what we can do for our kids, which is extremely confusing. And so I just, to clarify that. So that's why it says spendable aid at risk. So let me take a look. So what they're instead focusing on is the high cost special education aid and this, again, the school levy tax credit, rather than significantly raising the primary special education categorical aid. So that's what we had been hoping for, was an increase, like hopefully something sum sufficient, which means it pays for the costs of the programming that we are required by the state and the federal government to provide. But instead, they're kind of putting it all in one area that really won't make a significant impact on our ability to increase support for students across the state. If that happens, it will result in minimal new spendable resources for classrooms and students. Let me see if there's anything else. If you are interested in contacting your Governor Evers, you can, call 608-266-1212, or you can go online and there's like a way to submit a form with some comment. And since, in the interest of time and just my own lack of preparedness, I apologize. What I'd be happy to do is send over a copy, like I do have a copy of like what was proposed by the Joint Finance Committee. It's very short. It looks like it's about a 4-page document. And maybe, Ms. Shope, would you mind, maybe we could just post that in Board Docs so folks have direct access. They could take a look, and if they're interested in reaching out to Governor Evers or their lawmakers, I do know that State Senator Spreitzer and Assembly Representative Anderson are opposed to what the Joint Finance Committee is recommending, and we're hoping to support Governor Evers' original recommendation. So, any other questions or?
Just, Megan, could you go over the timeline? I mean, this
Yeah.
is June 30th, and they're going to go ahead, but I know it'll get, well, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I mean, so like the proposal was submitted, and right now, really the place to direct your commentary to, because technically they're supposed to have it passed usually in the wee hours of the morning on June 30th, July 1st. That might not happen. We'll see. But yeah, call now. Don't wait. And you could probably, it's best to reach out directly to Governor Evers at this point, because it'll be up to him to negotiate with his veto pen.
Thank you. Next, we have board action and discussion items. First up, we have the end of the year goals presentation by Dr. Garrison.
And so first of all, we're going to keep this conversation moving, and I appreciate the team for all the work that we have done to kind of get us to this point. Naturally, I say the team, we had to put together a presentation, but our entire team is our entire school district, and so thank you to the staff who has also helped put this opportunity before us where we were able to get this data. Over the course of this year, naturally, we've adopted 4 goals, and the 4 goals we're going to walk through. Each goal has a specific opportunity in which we will discuss. For your viewing purposes, I will, of course, be moving the slides along. However, if there's questions that you may have, we ask that you kind of capture those at the end of each goal, if that's okay. So at the end of each goal, if you can kind of ask your questions, that'll be perfectly appropriate, so that we can keep, so that when we get to the end of the presentation, it's all of the questions are kind of answered at that point. And so I would like to first, again, start off with saying thank you to my team and, of course, the district for everything they've done in reaching these goals. And, of course, not necessarily reaching these goals, but, of course, giving us a go at these goals. The goal of our district is, of course, meet goals that are put before us. And in some of these goals, we weren't able to get there quite yet. But we know that this is an ongoing conversation, and continuous improvement is something that I've always preached here in the school district. And none of these goals are exempt from that, right? And so I do believe that, with the goals that we have presented, we can continuously improve in each of the areas, and hopefully we'll be able to land in a space in which all of us will be proud of the goals that set forth with the data that's collected. And so that's my opening. I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Beavers. She's going to take us through goal number 1, and then we'll proceed throughout. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. So I'm going to start with goal number 1, which focuses on the consistent, fair, and uniform enforcement of the code of conduct across all school buildings. And this goal is to be measured through climate surveys that were conducted in both December of 2024 and May of 2025. So while we certainly intended to compare data over time, the December and May surveys used different tools which limited direct comparisons. However, the December baseline data that we did get gave us a starting point. So noticeably, you'll see up here, staff rated the effectiveness of discipline policies at a 2.55 out of 5. Consistency of practices at a 2.76, also out of 5. Social emotional needs at 2.62, and staff sense of safety came in higher at 3.99. So these results highlighted the areas where our focus needed to be sharpened, especially around consistency and support needed. Next slide. So here's an update. Despite the changes in the survey tools, the May 2025 staff responses provided some important insights, which I've highlighted here. 78.3% of staff reported feeling safe in their building. 73.9% felt safe in their classroom, but only 47% felt that referrals were processed in a timely manner. And just under half of the staff that completed the survey, at 49.6%, felt supported by building administrators. Staff were also asked, next slide, I think, to select from 4 classroom challenges, including general lack of interest in learning, disrespect toward adults, cell phones disrupting instruction, and verbal physical aggression towards staff. And you'll see how staff rated those 4 in regards to how challenging those are within the school building. So again, the format prevented a little bit of difficulty in comparing trends and themes. I'm sorry, trends, but the themes were clear in both surveys. We still have work to do. We still have work to do in supporting staff in processing referrals efficiently and addressing behavior proactively. The next slide talks about some of the action steps that we have implemented to address the concerns. We have had professional conversations and calibration activities, tabletop activities with administrators. Mr. Hankins got to observe that at the start of the year. Policy revisions were presented to the policy committee. Policy revisions being actual code of conduct revisions were presented to the policy committee about a year ago in the spring, and with those policy revisions, there was a guiding administrative regulations document that we'd be very happy to bring back to the policy committee at their request. We have trained building secretaries to run weekly discipline cleanup reports so that the data that is in the system is clean. We've held ongoing trainings to monitor behavior data and trends. We have offered building-wide de-escalation trainings delivered in our elementary school buildings. We've created a linked teams process that we're using to strengthen consistency in how we're addressing the needs of the whole child. And finally, we've continued to collaborate as a team of administrators with our pre-expulsion hearing officers. So while these steps are just part of our broader commitment to building a culture of clarity and accountability and support, like I said earlier, there's clearly work to be done.
Are there any questions for Ms. Beavers? Joanne?
Not a question, but the action steps, I really appreciate all of this information. I think it'll be helpful with the ad hoc, and maybe we can help figure out where the disconnect is happening. So I'm looking forward to working with you on that.
Any other questions? Mr. Hankins?
Yeah, go back to one, Mrs. Beavers, the one about, 49.6 felt supported by their building administrators. Was there anything in the survey about executive administration, i.e. the people in this building, or?
I don't have that in front of me.
But did they ask that question? Do you know, I'm just asking.
I believe it was, Mr. Hankins. And
Okay.
Either Ms. Beavers or I can get that. Actually, I believe I emailed you guys all of that.
Okay,
So
all right, thank you.
Should be in your email.
Okay.
Any other questions? Ms. Miller?
Thanks. This is actually just a question for the board. So I heard in the presentation, so we were presented, it looks like some policy revisions along with some admin reg recommendations. Those are some words, sorry. Is there, I'm just curious from the board's perspective, is there a timeline that we're thinking right now? We could maybe review those, offer any revisions, and maybe implement some of those admin regs that might help address some of those gaps? I guess question to the board, or Ms. Beavers, if you have anything to add as well.
Ms. Beavers, did you want to respond to a timeline?
She would defer to me.
Well, before we even get there, where, I'm wondering, so there's the link to the guiding document created, parentheses, administrative regulations, but I don't see these administrative regulations under our admin regulations on board docs. Are these
because it never got out of policy committee.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Garrison?
Yeah, so some of these conversations we did have at the board level, at the policy level, and the policy committee believed that our current code of conduct just needed to be uniformly enforced better. And so that's kind of where we landed in that space, and that's kind of where we are still now. And so this was some of the work that was done trying to support and making some of those changes. However, again, we know that just based off of our conversation that Mrs. Beavers just had, there's still a lot of opportunities for us to make some improvements as we kind of look forward to uniformly enforcing our code of conduct as it stands. That does not take off the table possibilities for revisiting certain conversations. Like as mentioned, we do have the ad hoc committee conversation tonight as it pertains to the student success opportunity. And so that could somehow possibly play itself back into a possible conversation just based off of how the committee kind of looks at that work overall. And so thank you so much, Ms. Beavers, and I can proceed with goal number 2 if there's not any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so goal number 2 is be real quick. We're not there yet. And so we will be able to present a conversation at the board level next week on the 24th. This was just a snapshot of what has already transpired. And again, the only reason why we haven't presented this information is because this information will be presented next week on Tuesday. I will say to you, preemptively, I should say that we do believe that we'll have a great conversation next week that I think the board is going to be really available to and ask questions at that space. And so for goal number 2, it'll be a very quick to be determined, or what's a better word for that? To be continued. Thank you. To be continued. Thank you, board, for helping me there. So goal number 3 is we'll look mostly at our academics, and I'll turn it over to Mrs. Mortek, and she's going to give us a real high-level overview of the conversation, just as Mrs. Beavers. Thank you.
Okay, so wherein our goal here is not yet reportable because the data is not available publicly, we, in best practice, really should triangulate data and look at multiple assessments. And honestly, internal benchmark assessments are considered more valid, I guess you could say, in the world of assessment and education. So we will have this data provided when it's available, but there is internal benchmark assessments that we can also look at. This is a slide that we are using to track progress made towards our schools that are meeting expectations on the state report card. So as you can see, over time, we've made progress coming out of COVID. None of our schools were meeting expectations to where last year we had 4. And so in the world of continuous improvement, always trying to work towards that goal of making improvements and trending upward versus downward. So hoping that we will continue to see that growth. The state is currently redoing its report card systems. And so here we will be again having that conversation about what does the new report card say and mean coming this fall. These are the old slides that we used, noting the trend line that was happening pre-COVID with our ELA, and then making note that with those new cut scores, the green box, that it's not a direct comparable. However, it kind of shows the trend line, what was happening pre-COVID with reading achievement prior to 220. And then just again, those state assessment scores from the last spring. Math scores, you can see the trending line, what was happening, and then after COVID, where we were, and then with those new cut scores, where we landed last spring. Again, growth that was made with new cut scores, and what was showing in our gains internally. Okay, then we have, as I was speaking to, just kind of framing that out for you, we do have other data that we can look at. We have our ACT data, our pre-ACT. Then we have our internal benchmarks that we look at a lot as either as a committee or as a board. That's our MAPS assessments, our math benchmarks, and then our IRLA, Independent Reading Level Assessment, which comes, from our ARC program. So our ACT scores, this is our trend over time. You can see we were pretty low in 2021, and then we made some gains. Then we dipped last year, and then we kind of bounced back. So hoping to see more growth in the future. I was happy to see that writing score bounce back. That's really important. And so, again, you can see our composite score went back up, and we had an increase from 24 to 25. And then these next few slides, I just wanted to break out the demographics in case you wanted to see that. We won't spend a ton of time. We'll just kind of group them together because they're there for everyone to look at. This first slide is just income. So you can see the composite score, the purple bar, and then all of the content areas for students that are either identified as low income or regular income. So say that. A non-income. And then we have our demographic groups broken out by racial groupings, ethnicity, English learners, special education, and then here's our pre-ACT scores. This is a 3-year trend. This is a pretty good trend line here when you look at the composite score of the percentage of students meeting proficiency. Here's our outcomes by race. Ethnicity. English learner, special education, this is our map data. So when I presented, I think it was in fall or winter. I think it was winter. I was asked about coming back to show the map data. And so here we can compare spring to spring. So you can see that we made growth when you compare last year at this time in math to this time. We grew 4 percentage points in proficiencies and then in our rank score. The other thing that I think is important to pay attention to is that lowest quintile, right? And how we're reducing that over time, because that's a significant number of students that are in that lower quintile. And so I was glad to see that we trended in a positive direction instead of a negative one. That means we're moving all of the data groups. Sometimes you'll see in data, it starts to spread apart where it becomes the haves and the have-nots. And so you don't just want to grow your top quintiles, you also want to move your bottom quintiles along. And so you want to reduce in the bottom quintile and then increase, obviously, in the upper quintiles. But that can happen in data in my years of experience. So what that means is you're offering differentiated support at many different levels of where students are entering their continuum of learning. So the tighter your MLSS system is, the more you will see that. When you have a less tight MLSS system, you start to see the haves and the have-nots. That's just kind of my theory on that from experience. And then again, the reading, we did increase reading achievement from one spring to the next spring in a growth of 4 percentage points. And also a reduction in that quintile, less students in that bottom quintile. But again, there's still a number of kids that are in that bottom quintile, so we need to continue to work on our core instruction and tightening up our MLSS system. Benchmark data, this is what's identified as our internal benchmarks for our math assessments. And it's what we use to do our goal setting for our achievement gap reduction restricted funds. And so what you're seeing here is when we first wrote those goals, we were measuring, the goals were written off of the percentage of students that met 50% of the benchmark. We were starting to have high numbers of that, and so we thought we would increase the rigor of the goal. And so now we're measuring the percentage of students that are meeting 75% of the benchmark. So although the numbers look like they may have dipped, what's happening is that we're increasing the rigor and the expectation. So now we're not measuring 50%, we're measuring 75%. And this is our ERLA, which we've already seen this evening. So similar, this year we did not meet our end of the year goal in ERLA. We were shooting for 41%, and we were just shy of that, which was 38. Kind of interesting, Mr. Hankins, you and I had that conversation about the third grade MAP, which is a different assessment. MAP really measures all things besides speaking, but listening and writing. And so that was just kind of an interesting indicator there. And then this is the other thing I brought up at the committee this evening already when I was sharing the Act 20 data. This shows us growth. So when you look at the data in School Pace, which is our data that we use to track progress in our benchmarks for American Reading Company, you want to see 1.0 or better. 1.0 indicates 1 year of growth or 10 months. And so you can see the different grade levels that the students on average grew a year. If you want to close achievement gaps, you need to grow more than a year, right? And so you can see in the kindergarten group there, it's on average 0.6, meaning 6 months. And so something's falling short there. And so something that I talked with the group about, or the committee prior, was meeting with some of our kindergarten teachers to really hear feedback around what they think we could do. And in looking at the curriculum, oftentimes they make a lot of gains from fall to January, less gains from January to spring. That's an overall trend with most assessments in general. I think it has a lot to do with the school calendar, to be honest. But we are seeing that in this kindergarten trend group. And we had some deeper conversations at committee level just about what's happening at those different color levels that the students are at and what are some of the sticking points as well. And so when we're doing what's called a color analysis, which we did district-wide, the teachers are looking at what are all of the goals that are within that level before they move up to the next level. And then these are just highlighting some of the action steps that we did this school year in math. Lesson study with the middle school teachers, that was great. Learning walks, data analysis, fidelity of implementation, Imagine Math. Those are some of the big things. We were year 2 with Eureka Math. And then action steps for literacy, again, working on coherence of curriculum implementation. ARC has something called equitable conferencing schedules. And what those are the small group instructional pieces that are based on a student's level, how often they are meeting with the teacher. And then just those other Act 20 things we worked on.
Any questions for Ms. Moratek? Megan?
Thanks. Thank you so much for this presentation. I love all of the different ways that you presented the data, and I really appreciate the emphasis on the multiple metrics. So I guess just from a board perspective, my question is, I guess we are going to be looking at all of this in determining our next steps as a board in terms of setting vision and our own priorities. From your perspective, what can we as a board do that will best support your work in continuing to increase our overall academic growth and to reduce those opportunity gaps that we're seeing in that disaggregated data?
I think having a cadence of when we come forward to share different types of data. The board goal is written around the parameters of the forward for grades 3 through 8. And so it's okay to identify, what you want to look at, but that doesn't include any of the high school scores, right? And so, again, it's okay to write a goal like that with those types of parameters, but we also need to recognize what it is not telling us. So this board goal is telling us this information, but what it is also not telling us is all of these other indicators that can show success. And I know that when we were talking about the strategic plan, something that came up was a concept called redefining ready. A lot of districts across the state are part of that consortium. And what it's saying is it's challenging that we know that standardized test is one way to measure kids, but it certainly isn't all of the ways that we measure kids. And so when you look into the current strategic plan and you look at the work streams and the way in which they're measured, some of the ways that we wrote that we would be measured was in the spirit of redefining ready. We just didn't become a formal school district as part of that consortium, just time and place, right? And so I think the way that the board can help in collaborative efforts is to recognize additional ways that we can see achievement, and perhaps as you think about a strategic plan in the future, really digging into redefining ready and how you're going to measure those things. Those could be things like graduation rates, ACT scores, the number of advanced learning opportunities that students have, all kinds of things like that, grade point average. And so I think that is really a better way to measure holistically progress. And the other thing I think is just really always holding true to what best practice says. You look at several pieces of data and it's nuanced, right? It just is. Dealing with school and academics, whether it's discipline or academics, is nuanced. And there's lots of ways to go about solving a nuanced, complex problem. And so thank you for asking that question.
Oh, no, for sure. And I do just have a quick follow-up to that question. So
Sure.
That was, I took a lot of notes down. That's really helpful. Since the board's role also is to kind of bridge community in the district, like, do you see like a need or an opportunity for increased community engagement? I know like the idea has been tossed around, for example, of, getting volunteers in schools to support like literacy and things like that. Like if that were something the board wanted to look into, is there already like an existing, like, I don't know if there's like a wish list or a framework or practice from your perspective? Could you speak to that just
Yes,
a bit?
I think that would be really great to have a third party or a group in our community that organizes volunteers. And gets volunteers in our schools. When I was in Madison, there was an initiative with volunteers, and I was overseeing the literacy department at that time, and we would train the tutors kind of like as a kit, when you came in and this is how you worked with students. But you need staff to be able to coordinate all of that. So to have an outside community partner that does sort of this widespread volunteerism to help coordinate that, and then we could train our volunteers for tutoring. You could do that with math as well. I think that is a need. And I think sometimes people want to help in a community, but they don't know how. So they're waiting for the district to kind of articulate more clearly, well, you can do this. I think that there's a need there.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Any other questions for Mr. Hankins?
Yes, let me just comment on where Megan Miller was going in with Ms. Mortek. I was at a Berea meeting, a couple of them, and I brought this question up because we were talking about staffing and volunteering. Would they be helpful? It was just a informal ask.
Yeah.
And there was plenty of them that raised their hand and said they would, in whatever way the board and admin would want them to help them. So yes, I think there is, and that's only one part, but I think yes, to just say that there are volunteers in the community that would come out and help us.
Yeah, and I think like working on how we clearly define that is helpful.
Right. Correct.
I regularly volunteer at a soup kitchen.
Yep.
And when I go there, if someone doesn't say to me, do you want to scoop peas or you want to scoop mashed potatoes or you want to do dishes, right? If they don't say that to me, you just kind of stand around.
Right.
But if I get my role and my responsibility and then they show me what I'm going to do and how I do it, then I go there and I volunteer and I fulfill that and I go home and I feel great, right? And so I say that to say there's a great opportunity to bring volunteers on board. We also then have to think through how does it look?
I agree. We could talk about this all night, but I
Yeah.
agree. It's just simple things that they just want to do to help, and it's just got to be a simple thing.
Yep.
But I do want to compliment you on going back to what we talked about in the fall, and that we did talk about that. And correct me if I'm wrong, but what I thought I heard you say this evening in your presentation is that there are some test scores that are still out there, but we were looking at some tonight that were markers, ACT or whatever, that, that were giving you some judgment to say this or that. But my question then, if that is true, that there are still some things out there that you're waiting to hear the results on, when do those come in where you could actually look at?
Usually
Remember I was asking, and you correctly, the third grade reading scores and those, and you 3 for 8.
Yeah.
So when will those come in?
Usually they're publicly available in fall,
Oh, okay, I was not aware. Thank
late
you.
summer, fall, yeah.
Thank you.
Mrs. Rue?
Thank you. So just going back to the ACT scores, what is the state average is 20. What is considered like proficient for an ACT score?
I don't know off of the composite scores. I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head.
All right, because I see growth over time, but it's hard to know like what the actual target is, and so I just am wondering about
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I would say we're still below the state average target, right?
Right.
And what's nice is that I'm glad that we bounced back. You kind of see that line where we made a lot of growth, and then we've kind of been doing a seesaw. And so I was glad to see that we made growth, and I hope then the following year we continue to make growth, because you want a trending line upward. There is something else I've noticed in data. It's like you focus on one thing and then the other thing goes down, and then you focus on the other thing. And so how do we move all of these testing points forward in an upward trend and not do this seesaw? And it's always, Miss Beavers and I talk a lot about tightening of systems and structures.
All right.
Any other questions for Ms. Moratek? Couple of things that I had. Good question about the ACT scores. In terms of using the forward results, which Mr. Hankins, the DPI sends the district data, and even if it's embargoed to the general public, we board members still have access to see those before they are released to the public. So if you need something and it's been received by the district, we can request that information. And then going back to the forward goals, that is what is used on the DPI report card, and our report card is not been the greatest in recent years, which is why the board chose to use the forward test as the specific measure for this goal. And Mrs. Moratek or anyone is welcome to share data with the board. We love data and would love to have data throughout the year. And goals that have nuance to them are not really SMART goals. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Moratek. Our fourth goal, Dr. Garrison?
So our fourth goal is in our human resources department, well, not department, human resource area, I should say. And we have our goal 4, which is the district will have 20% reduction in staff resignations in the 24-25 school year. And I'll turn it over to Mrs. Almendares.
Good evening, board. So when we first embarked on this goal, we had for 23-24 a total of 756 staff. That was counted as part of the retention. And of those, 125 staff resigned, for a total of 16.53% of staff resigning. As of the date of the report, which was this past week, for 24-25 thus far, out of 684 total FTE, We've had 129 separations across all roles, excluding temporary, substitutes, seasonal, crossing guards, non-full FTEs. That represents, again, 18.9. So there's been a slight increase. Instead of going the direction we wanted, we've gone in the opposite direction. I also included the breakdown of the different identified FTE categories. Of administrators, there was 38.71% turnover. Teachers, 19.3%. And for paraprofessionals, a total of 20.17%.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mrs. Almendarez? Mrs. Rue?
In conducting exit interviews, is there a trend that you're seeing?
So we have conducted, I would say, about between 20 to 30 exit interviews in person. We also have an exit interview questionnaire that we're sending out, survey style, for individuals to respond at their leisure. I know sometimes on people's last days, the last thing they want to do is commit a time block for HR. So we're hoping that as we get more responses, we will be able to see a trend. Right now, I would say it's a little early. You know, the one that stands out the most is better pay. But again, to say that that is the trend, we'll have to have more respondents.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Miller?
Yeah, no, just to clarify, I was jotting something down, so maybe you said this already. Is there like a time where we expect to have like some kind of an update, just so that can inform our decision making about where we need to focus?
Sure thing. I do believe that it is in the docket for the first or second board meeting in July, so not too much longer. And then you will have access to what those results were.
That's fabulous. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Dr. Garrison?
I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to share the goals and some of the results for this evening. Like I said, the continuous improvement, which no matter what goal that we're looking at, is always a part of kind of where we want to grow to. The key word there is, of course, grow to over time. These are opportunities for us to kind of, level set where we want to be naturally, but also where we are going. That concludes the goals presentation for tonight, and this is the presentation.
Thank you. Next, we have discipline data review. Melissa Beavers, the Executive Director of Pupil Services, with Eric Weir, Director of Special Education and Student Services, to provide the Board of Education with an update of discipline data and trends.
I can kick us off while they pull up the presentation. When we're thinking about discipline and some of the conversations that we've been already having here in the district, this is an ongoing conversation across the United States of America. And so we're not gonna, what I don't want to do is in tonight's conversation, limit our thoughts to the possibilities of where we want to be, but also where we have came from and where we want to go. And so I know that's a full thought there. Discipline is like I said, it's a full conversation, and I know we could probably spend hours on this conversation naturally here in the school district, but now across the board, right? And so, when I think about discipline and what I want people to understand about discipline is that we do want accountability in our school district. That's a space. We don't want zero tolerance. That's also a space. But we also want to have the restorative opportunities as well. That coin definitely flips up in the air and it goes in different directions at different times. And so we do want accountability. We want to move away from the zero tolerance opportunities, but then we also want to make sure that we have opportunities where we can restore conversations with students so that behavior can change over time as well. And I always say this, I wasn't my best person when I was in the 3rd grade or even when I was in the 10th grade. But over time, I think I got a little better, and hopefully that's the trend that we will all reach as we kind of think about discipline and students over a K-12 history, right? So a lot of our students do come off and start off with some difficulties, and over time that does change. And so I just want to make sure that I put that out there as well. Again, sometimes we get a snapshot of the data and forget that, you know, this is ongoing, and a lot of our students happen to fall into this list, but sometimes a lot of our students fall off of this list. And those conversations we oftentimes don't get to have when we're talking about discipline. So I'll turn it over to Mrs. Beavers and her team to kind of walk us through discipline data review. Thank you.
Thank you. So like Dr. Garrison said, we are going to take a comprehensive look at our current year's trends and data, as well as some from previous years, to provide just some context as we move forward with conversations. We're going to review key indicators, including total number of office discipline, referrals, out-of-school suspensions, pre-expulsion hearings, and expulsions. And then we're going to take a look at, a closer look at what are our top behavior offenses, including some AODA information. So this first slide, we're just looking at our overall discipline count, and you'll notice a clear upward trend over the past 4 years. We went from 4,054 referrals to 8,227 in the current year, doubling in that time frame. This increase is significant, obviously, and could speak to both a rise in reported behavior incidents and or improved documentation practices across our buildings. So it's important to note that while some of this growth reflects more consistent reporting, it also highlights the increasing behavioral challenges we're seeing in our school communities that we addressed earlier. The next slide is looking at out-of-school suspensions. The data again reflects an upward trend, especially over the last 2 years, rising from 819 to 1,886. This increase aligns with the rise in overall referrals and suggests that we're seeing more incidents that require a more serious response. That said, it's also a critical point for some reflection, and we recognize the impact suspensions can have on student outcomes, and we are evaluating how we can balance accountability, like Dr. Garrison said, with restorative practices that keep students connected to school. This next slide is looking at pre-expulsion hearing requests or administrative hearing requests. This trend, as you can see, has not been linear. We saw a sharp decrease from 124 to 32 over those 3 years, followed by an increase again to 73 this year. These numbers reflect the number of requests made, not the number of hearings actually held. However, the number held follows that same trend, and I'll show you that on the next slide. I just want to point out that requests can be withdrawn or resolved through manifestation determination meetings when a student has a disability, and that is taken into consideration. These data points that we're looking at remind us of the importance of a thorough case-by-case review and the continued need for early intervention before the behavior escalates to a level requiring pre-expulsion. So this next slide is showing you the number of requests that were made versus the number of pre-expulsion requests that were actually held. And like I said, the difference in those numbers are due to either an administrative pull of original request or most often a manifestation determination review. The last data slide that I'm going to go over before I pass it over to Eric is the number of recommended expulsions versus the number of expulsions upheld. So you'll notice fluctuations year to year with a low of 2 and a return to 10 this year. As we've seen, the data points to both an increase in overall incidence and a greater need for responsiveness, targeted interventions. To better understand what's driving these trends, it's important to look more closely at the types of behaviors we're seeing most frequently, and that's what Eric's going to go over. So I'm going to pass it on to him.
Right. So we thought it would be important then to take a look at where we're actually seeing the majority of our infractions occurring. And
I'm so sorry, Mr. Ware. Is it okay, Board President Johnson, is it okay if I ask questions about what was presented so far before we move forward?
Ms. Beavers?
Whatever you guys want to do.
Thank you. And again, I apologize.
Nope,
I
you're fine.
just don't want you to get too far gone, and
Yep.
then we have to circle back. Thank you so much for your flexibility. Just a couple quick questions. What is included in the discipline count by year? Like, what does that include?
This slide right here. Any office discipline referral that is included in the code of conduct. So this would not include a classroom-based referral.
Thank you. And then with respect to out-of-school suspension, does the district break down the data by number of days per incident? So, for example, when we're looking at, for 2025, 1,886, and not that you need to have that for this evening, but
Yep.
does the district disaggregate, like this was a 1-day OSS, this was a 3-day, this was a 5-day, so we can kind of understand like severity of OSS consequences?
No. That is not, your action is an out-of-school suspension. Your attendance would document how many days the suspension is.
so
Yeah,
we could get it. Like we could dig through attendance, I guess, based on out of school suspension to see how many days were administered.
Definitely not recommending that that happens, but the only reason that I'm asking is so we can kind of see a dashboard of the out-of-school suspensions we are seeing. If we have like 1,800 plus students that, do I need to do something differently? Oh, my bad. If we have 1,800 plus students that have 1 day,
Right.
or if we, you know what I mean, like divide that number by 5 and all of them, just so we can kind of understand the severity of the consequences that our students are receiving.
Sure.
Because that might be a heads up for other specific types of intervention that might need to happen.
For sure.
All right.
One thing I can tell you is the language in the current code of conduct will kind of guide someone if you're doing a 100 level, a 200 level, a 300 level. It kind of guides you. If you're at 300 level, it's a minimum of 3 days, could be up to 5. There is some guiding language in there, but it is up to the principal to make that final determination, just for information only.
No, I appreciate that. And I don't have concerns that like appropriate discipline is not being doled
Yeah, just
out.
looking
I'm
for a
just
trend.
wondering kind of where we are on the spectrum.
Yep.
Are these like a bunch of minor infractions or a bunch of severe, or do we have a mix? Thank you for indulging me. And then my last question, no, I think that was it, because you answered the pre-expulsion requests, like how those can be withdrawn. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Any other questions for Ms. Beavers? Thank you. Mr. Weir?
Yep. Okay, so like I was saying, we thought it would be important then to kind of share with you guys the top areas, if you will, of where the behavior referrals are coming in. And really no surprise, over the course of the last 4 years, the vast majority of the infractions fall into one of these 6 buckets. And so obviously you can see that some of our data in terms of total numbers can be somewhat skewed with that first category, because tardiness, absence, and truancy is the highest in every single year. And we keep track of that obviously through attendance practices. And so one could maybe argue it does that when you're looking at total number of behavior infractions in a district, is that kind of skewing the data when we want to really hone in on some more significant behaviors that may be occurring in our learning environments. The next highest then, of course, is one that we want to work to try to address, which is physical aggression. And then you can see going down, inciting, instigating, and disrupting. We have disrespect, major, insubordination, open defiance, and insubordination, first or second offense. One of the things that we worked to try to bring some clarity around when we brought the code of conduct back about a year ago for some revisions was to clean up some of these codes because it is a little subjective, like what was the behavior that really resulted in insubordination open defiance versus insubordination first offense or second offense, instead of just having a category for insubordination. So just some things to kind of think about in there. These numbers are by student count. So these are, we had, for instance, 374 students who displayed physical aggression this year. The other area that I thought was important to kind of share with you guys is our trends around our alcohol and other drug abuse issues. This plays right into, you know, what we talked about a little bit earlier on with working towards establishing a recovery school program. But you can see we are on an upward trend of student count again. So number of students who are caught using drugs at school or having possession of or smoking or using tobacco. Those are our two primary areas of concern, and those are the ones that have the highest numbers of students that are violating in those two areas. And then this is just some of the action steps that we have worked to kind of support the buildings and administration in regards to dealing with disruptive behaviors in the learning environments. These, again, are things that have been kind of mentioned in the board goal review as well, but professional conversations and calibration activities with admin. We trained all the secretaries in running weekly reports so that they can work and help to kind of clean up, because we can't provide accurate data if our data isn't clean and accurate when we go in to pull it. Obviously, those ongoing trainings that have been held to regularly and routinely monitor data trends in buildings, the district-wide de-escalation trainings, our linked team process, specifically when it comes to behavior, we're talking about our MLSS teams and the site-based professional learning communities and the conversations that our teachers are having about what challenges they're facing in the classroom, and then the collaborative approach to wrap around and try to support the students that are struggling with things. Obviously, like we mentioned, starting the conversation about a year ago about making some revisions, primarily to streamline, bring clarity, and remove some of the murky or muddiness that may be present with the current code of conduct and interpreting which code to apply to certain instances. And then that guiding document just to help bring even further clarification to administrators.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Mr. Nichols?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Weir, going back to common behavioral issues observed, did physical aggression just disappear in 23, 24, or was it not captured? It's hard for me. It's hard for me to say from.
You know what?
From 198 to 196 to 0 to 374.
Yes. So it may not have been in the top 6 in that year. So like I know for a fact disrespect major in 21, 22 and 22, 23 weren't in the top 6 in terms of number of students, which is why I didn't include them there. And my guess is that I did the same thought process, but I can go back and check for certain and let you know.
Thank you.
Yep.
That would be appreciated.
Mrs. Rue?
So I know a couple years ago they started using a program to identify students and then have them be part of programs to help them with behaviors before they happened. Do we still have that in place here in the district? I don't remember what it was called.
Well, it could be a couple different. You could maybe be referencing elementary purposeful people.
Nope. No, this is an assessment that teachers were responsible for
Sabers.
completing. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Is
Yes.
that still in place?
It is. It has been. It will not be in place. That particular assessment won't be in place next year for cost saving measures, but we have a replacement assessment that assesses the same things. It just doesn't cost us anything. We already have access to it.
So a follow-up question, was there data compiled that showed the students that were identified as needing more support, and whether or not identifying them early was helpful, or
Yes.
what kind of outcomes did we see from that?
Yep. So all the buildings have their individual data. So they are the ones that get the reports on the students. They determine, or not determine, but they're the ones that then kind of categorize high risk students as the ones to maybe give the attention to a little bit quicker, and then they provide the interventions. I don't have the results of all of the buildings and the impacts that those interventions have had, but we can definitely look into that more.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. Thank you so much for putting all of this together, and actually all of the administrative reports, like there's a lot of time I know that went into that. I really definitely appreciate that. My question is similar to the question that I asked at one of the previous presentations, and it's twofold. One, how can, I guess, we as a board best support like these initiatives that you've outlined and brought forward in terms of like what we need to do within the district? And then my second question would be like, how can we as a board, as sort of a bridge between the community and the district, support community engagement that would be proactive and helpful in some of these issues? And if you don't have an answer at this exact moment, that is totally okay, but I would love to be able to highlight some of those ideas going forward.
No, you can.
I think one thing that, we'll continue to encourage is a review of the code of conduct. There's so much subjectivity in there. Like, I'll point to this slide that Eric has up right now. Like, we have physical aggression, we have fighting. I mean, what Eric's going to code as fighting, I might code as physical aggression. So we did a lot of work last year working with the principals and cleaning up the code so that it was very clear as to what code to assign. And we also aligned it with federal reporting, what we have to report by state. And like he pointed out, the insubordination, open defiance versus insubordination first and second. Like, what does that mean? I don't, so I think in order to best support our staff, it would be very helpful to really reopen the work that we did and take a look at that, and hopefully that can be reviewed maybe by the ad hoc committee. Your second question, I think I have to think a little bit more about it, and I think you maybe had something to add.
Oh. I was just gonna point out too, like, even, tardiness, absence, and truancy, right? Like, those are three very different things, but it's all one code. So, like, we don't know when it gets applied. Is it a student that has actual truancy issues? Are they just absent for that day, or are they tardy to a class or to coming to school? So, and then.
Can I add something about that specific piece?
Yeah.
And we're collecting that under our attendance in Skyward. So is there a need for it to be an actual behavioral referral? Because up until a certain point, is it the student's control that they're absent or tardy, or are we punishing the student for a parent's action? So another thing to think about.
Yeah, or a family situation that's just keeping a student from being able to get to school timely.
Right.
I agree. We'll have to give a little more thought to the community, but I would kind of echo what Ms. Mortek was saying. I think we all would be welcoming to having community volunteers coming in and helping with students with appropriate behaviors in school and modeling. It's so important, especially at our early years, that they not only get the instruction, but that they get to see people modeling the things that they're learning, how to interact in the learning environments and how to appropriately interact with each other, how to appropriately disagree, etc.
No, I love that. Thank you so much. And I guess I want to just, to your point about absences, in the admin regs document that was attached earlier, I noticed like there's a huge focus on like root cause, right, determination.
Right.
So I think that's something just to highlight. It sounds like we've really got some great work put into that already. So I just wanted to compliment you on that. So hopefully that sets us up to explore like all those things that are sort of like similarly coded that we need to parse through.
Yeah.
And I think just like generally, as I was reflecting on this presentation, I mean, it comes back to the same point that like we have to build systems for the needs that exist, and we can have all the feelings and recognize the challenges of those needs, but we have to be willing to take those systemic actions. So just as a board member, I would love further like you recommended, like the high school grant that you're working on, and I just totally spaced on
recovery.
Thanks. I was like, okay, like the recovery school is a beautiful example of that, like where you guys are like, okay, like here are the needs, here are the challenges, here's a recommendation, and then we can maybe pick up the ball from there and like help help expand the capacity and ability to serve our kids, right, systemically. So I just really appreciate that you brought those things forward, and I hope we continue to hear recommendations like that. Thank you.
Mr. Hankins?
Yes, just a question. DPI, do they give you any assistance in this issues and how to categorize them so it makes it uniform that, you know, you're talking about, does it fall here, does it fall there, do we put them together, does it need something else? You know, and we talked with Ms. Mortek, you know, they keep changing the standards on, do they give you any guidelines? My question back to you guys is how to help categorize these behavioral issues.
No, they don't provide anything.
It's local, it's,
Yeah.
it's managed.
I mean, there are, like, for federal reporting, there are certain codes
Yeah.
that districts have to have,
Right, but they don't,
but then outside of that, it's local.
okay, thanks. I kind of figured that.
Mrs. Rue?
Thank you. So, again, this is like all really great information for us to be able to take forward to help our students. The calibration activities, have we done those with staff as well? I have a lot of teachers that they'll talk about how we used to have like above the line, below the line. These are the things that go to the office. These are the things that don't go to the office. And there's a lot of confusion about what does and doesn't go to admin.
So we have not led them with buildings, but every time we meet with administration and do the calibration activities, it's always, actually anytime we do anything with administration, we always remind them, like, this is something that they can, and this is something they should take back to their buildings and use with their staff and their teams on, the building professional learning days or the time that they have to work with their buildings.
Any other questions? Thank you. Next, we have the resolution to authorize an expulsion officer to determine pupil expulsion under Wisconsin State Statutes 120.13 to go from July 1st through June 30th of 2026. And Mrs. Shope has attached a resolution for us. Is there a motion? Mr. Nichols?
Yes, I move to authorize an expulsion officer to determine pupil expulsion under Wisconsin State Statute 120.13, paragraph 1, paragraph E, 1 through 4, effective July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Brian Nichols and a second by Mr. Hankins. Any discussion? Ms. Miller?
Oh, I think Ms. Levy had her hand up first.
I don't think it really matters.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess my comments on this are, I guess I haven't really seen the benefit, like the cost savings or time savings of having the IHO. And since all of these activities are, taking place in closed session, that's all I can say on it. But personally, I'm not in favor of authorizing the IHO because I believe that we're not saving time or money doing so. So that's my contribution to discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Nichols, is your hand up?
Excuse me.
Okay. Ms. Levy?
Thank you. So the district is currently paying $345 an hour. I'll repeat that, $345 an hour plus expenses for an IHO to hear expulsion cases and then brief the board. The board, in my opinion, is being placed in the position to make expulsion determinations with less information and at a greater financial cost. Not to mention the additional cost of not receiving information firsthand And what I think is really important is we lose the ability to ask questions of the student and the family that's most intimately impacted by that expulsion and the decision that will come from that. But more broadly, when we hear expulsion cases directly, we glean information that we can use to make our district better, safer, stronger for all of our students. And in my opinion, we have the information needed that we can come to an expulsion decision that makes sense for that student in the context of that situation. So I don't see any benefit in having an IHO. Just in the spirit of full transparency, I reached out to the administration earlier today and asked how many expulsions we had in this school year that we just concluded, and the response I got back was 11. So this is not some overwhelming number that the board cannot handle. And again, in my opinion, we are making decisions that we are ultimately responsible for at greater cost to the district with less information. And I don't think that this does anything positive for students, families, or our district as a whole. So this is absolutely not something that I can support.
Thank you. Mrs. Rue?
So a board expulsion officer, what is their credentials? Why are they chosen?
An independent hearing officer is chosen based on their experience and their credentials, if it's an attorney or not, representing the board for hearing the expulsion and the recommendation, presenting a recommendation to the board. Yep. Mr. Nichols, would you please read the resolution?
Yes, Board President Johnson. Resolution 25-26.01, expulsion of pupils, authorizing the board expulsion officer to determine pupil expulsion under Wisconsin State Statute 120.13, parent 1, parent E, 1 through 4, effective July 31st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. Whereas this Board of Education hereby authorized the board expulsion officer to serve as a hearing agent appointed by the board. Whereas the board expulsion officer may expel a pupil from school whenever the board expulsion officer finds that the pupil engaged in conduct that constitutes grounds for expulsion and is satisfied that the interest of the school district of Beloit demands the pupil's expulsion. Wisconsin Statute 120.13, parent 1, parent E, 2A. Whereas no administrator may be designated to participate in an expulsion hearing deliberation, as such designation would present an intolerably high risk of unfairness in the decision-making process. Whereas within 30 days after the date on which the order is issued, the Board of Education shall review the expulsion order and shall, upon review, approve, reverse, or modify the order. The Board Expulsion Officer order shall be enforced while the Board of Education reviews the order. Whereas the expelled pupil, or if the pupil is a minor, the pupil's parent or guardian may appeal the Board of Education's decision to the state superintendent. If the Board of Education's decision is appealed to the state superintendent within 60 days after the date on which the state superintendent receives the appeal, the state superintendent shall review the decision and shall, upon review, approve, reverse, or modify the decision. The decision of the Board of Education shall be enforced while the state superintendent reviews the decision. An appeal from the decision of the state superintendent may be taken within 30 days to the Circuit Court of Rock County. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of the School District of Beloit, Rock County, Wisconsin, to authorize an expulsion officer to determine pupil expulsion under Wisconsin State Statute 120.13, parent 1, parent E, 1 through 4, effective July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall remain in effect until June 30th, 2026. Adopted this 17th day of June, 2025 by the following roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Mrs. Rue?
Oh, I'm sorry. Nope. Or are we doing vote?
Oh, no, do you have is your hand up for a question, or? Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Mrs. Schultz, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Joanne Rule,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Nay?
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Tia Johnson,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Juan Romero.
Aye.
And I just want to clarify with Ms. Miller.
Nay.
Okay, thank you. So the motion carried 5-2.
Thank you. The next item is the independent hearing officer renewal. I would entertain a motion to approve the approval of Attorney Mark Capocious to be the independent hearing officer for the School District of Beloit for the 2025-2026 school year with renewal consideration on or before June 30th of 2026. Mr. Nichols?
So moved. Oh, did you read that? No, you didn't. Okay, I move approval of Attorney Mark Capocious to be the independent hearing officer for the School District of Beloit for the 25-26 school year with renewal consideration on or before June 30th, 2026.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Joanne Rue. Any discussion? Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I think the attorney's done an adequate job. I'm not going to vote to support this, though, to be consistent with my previous vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. Mrs. Schultz, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Juan Romero,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Nay?
Joanne Rue,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-2.
Thank you. Next. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. We have the board consultant contract renewal. The purpose of this is to discuss and take action on additional work with Dr. Kim Earhart and his contract with the Board of Education. Dr. Earhart has offered 60 days of free consultation, and he has agreed to actually extend that service for another year with the School District of Beloit of free consultation with his mileage covered. Brian Nichols?
I move approval to extend Dr. Earhart's board consultant contract through the date of June 30th, 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Brian Nichols, a second by Tom Hankins. Any discussion? Ms. Miller?
Thank you. Just a couple questions. First, do we have a total cost of what the expense has been since the initiation of the contract from fall?
Mrs. Elwood, do you have total of the mileage that has been submitted for Dr. Earhart? Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because I think before it was mileage. I think there was also a material cost included the first time this came up for renewal. So just wanting in the spirit of transparency for the community, which is funding this, that it might extend beyond mileage. And I guess I'm just curious, what does Dr. Earhart do because I have not had any interaction with him at all outside of, I do understand that he played a role in facilitating the May 3rd board development piece, but I'm not aware of what service he provides to the board as the board consultant.
Thank you. Dr. Earhart is available for all board members to meet with and answer, if they have questions, to answer questions. And as outlined in the action item proposal, excuse me, it says the Board of Education is continuing to dealing with a number of critical issues that include declining in, oops, sorry. Sorry, that's my daughter's ringtone. I'm sorry, you guys.
Cute. No,
I
don't be
forgot
sorry.
that was on. Brian, I'm sorry, would you mind reading that? And I have a bit of a sore
Be glad
throat
to.
tonight, you
Be
guys.
glad
That's
to.
why I'm asking Brian to help so
No
much.
problem, you're fine.
Continuation of board consultant agreement issue at the October 15th, 2024. The Beloit Board of Education entered into a two-month, 60-day agreement with Dr. Earhart to provide board with consultation services as outlined in a contract agreement between Dr. Earhart and the board. The contract was extended by the Board of Education in January 2025 to June 30th, 2025. I am asking that the board extend the agreement with Dr. Earhart through June 30th, 2026. Discussion, the Beloit Board of Education continues dealing with a number of critical issues that include declining enrollments, continued state report card designation of meets few expectations, some of the lowest forward exam scores in the state, DPI 2024, 3 failed referendums, staffing recruitment and retention issues, parental concerns about student conduct and behavior in the schools, perceived community trust issues regarding the school board, and central office administration and a future budget deficit estimated at some $6.2 million. When the initial contract was offered, it was based on the belief that the board and district could benefit from the kind of seasoned, experienced, and successful leadership record that Dr. Earhart can provide. Most recently, Dr. Earhart has assisted with the development and implementation of the May 3rd, 2025 Board of Education Board Workshop, as well as meeting with new board members Rue and Romero to provide orientation to their new roles on the Beloit Board of Education. In addition, he has agreed to share his expertise his expertise in the planning and implementation of the upcoming Student Success Committee at the request of board members Rue and Romero. Also, Dr. Earhart presented at the UW Whitewater Teaching and Learning Conference on May 21st, 2025, coaching educators on the best first instruction model. McGrail's instruction model merges key aspects of learning and teaching sciences to boost student achievement and narrow the achievement gap. Cost impact. Initially, Dr. Earhart donated 60 days of his professional services to the district, with the district paying for his mileage costs traveling from Janesville to Beloit. The second agreement, valid until June 20th, I think that's supposed to be 30th, 2025, incurs no salary cost to the district for his board consulting services. The board will continue to pay for mileage, provide office space in the Colac Educational Center, and a fob to the building. The recommendation has already been recommended. Copy of past contract agreement to be extended by 12 months.
Thanks, and I did read all of that in the packet. So I guess just to clarify my question, Dr. Earhart was available to me once for a question. It took him 11 days to respond to my email at all, and I believe I forwarded that conversation to Board President Johnson, so there's a pretty clear record of that. My second concern, thank you for reading that. We have a huge budget issue in this school district. I'm concerned about why we would take on any kind of additional expense at all. I realize that we're talking about like not a ton of money, but we have to put lots of little cuts together to create a larger budget impact. So that is a concern I'd like to raise, especially because previously we were billed for expenses not outlined in the contract, because I believe the last contract, correct me if I'm wrong, specified mileage, just like everything Mr. Nichols was kind enough to read here, but we also ended up paying for books that we did not request. I guess thirdly, I question the guidance of a board consultant that would in any way advise the district, our school board to post something on board docs that speaks so poorly and in such a negative deficit-based lens about the school district. We even just this evening heard there are plenty of different measures of success. I'm not in any way trying to erase the work, but I think the way that we as our district leadership talk about our students and our staff's work and our administration's work really matters. So for those reasons and more, because I'd like to get home at a reasonable time tonight, I am in no way interested in renewing this. I question why we need a board consultant for a charge when, for example, new board member onboarding is provided for free by WASB. In fact, Mr. and Mr. Romero and I attended. It was lovely. The cookies are amazing. Please go next year, anybody who didn't go. But the point is this is superfluous. It's, I'm sure Dr. Earhart has fabulous credentials. I really enjoyed his presentation earlier this fall. I feel like he and I, as educators, are very well aligned. Nothing personal at all. I don't understand why we even have this. This just, in my opinion, should not be part of how our district operates.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And just for clarification, WASB is not free. We do pay annual fee for that.
To clarify, though, that service they offer for onboarding is free to everybody.
Mrs. Rue.
So I've worked with Dr. Earhart. I met him first in December when we started talking about the referendum as a community. At that point, I was just a community member and was not really thinking I would ever be sitting up here. And I found him to be someone who was someone that brought balance to our table, because we had some very frustrated, angry people at our table, and he was very good at making sure everyone's voices were heard and respected, and brought calmness to the table. And then when I was elected to the board, he's been very helpful with, especially with this ad hoc. Mr. Romero and I are very cautious to talk to each other about anything because we don't want to create a walking quorum. And so I'm able to bounce ideas off of Dr. Earhart without it creating a walking quorum then. And he's a professor. He teaches people about, he teaches new teachers about behavior and academic excellence. And I think he brings a unique perspective, and it's a really good value for the dollar that we spend.
Thank you. Mrs. Levy.
Thank you. So in Dr. Earhart's contract, it lists that he will assist the board with its governing role for raising student achievement, orient us as a board to organizational leadership assessment to diagnose educational system strength and areas to improve, to consider core system-wide strategies aligned with key drivers to help promote a culture of excellence, and introduce us as a board to concepts of an improvement mindset where attention is routinely focused on ways to get better. Since Dr. Earhart has never met with us as a full board, it's difficult for me to take that list seriously. I do have two questions. The first is the contract outlines a period of discovery. Since Dr. Earhart has been in and around the district since December 2024, and again has never met with the full board, I'm curious, question one, when that discovery period will be completed, and if that has already occurred, how will we know that will happen, and what will be the outcome, and will he ever meet with the full board? And my question two, I think is already being worked on, but I'll state it just for clarity. It's my understanding that Dr. Earhart is donating his time at the rate of $125 per hour, and if I'm understanding the document correctly, has requested some sort of in-kind donation letter from the district to confirm that amount. So again, what is the total amount that Dr. Earhart has billed the district since his arrival for expenses? I think this structure is ridiculous, and I have not benefited from this. And again, I don't know how you can be a board consultant if you have never met with the full board. So again, it's not something that I'm interested in or support.
Thank you. Dr. Earhart has been present to board meetings and has just unfortunately getting all 7 board members together during workshop time seems to be quite the challenge. And the 125 per hour, I believe, is in the contract to support any tax documents he may submit as volunteering for the school district of Beloit. We do not pay him $125 an hour. He actually makes less than us board members, believe it or not. Okay, there is a motion by Brian Nichols, a second by Mr. Hankins.
Pardon me, could we hear from Ms. Elwood about the cost, if she has it? Sorry,
certainly.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
For the 24-25 school year, in total, we paid Dr. Earhart $1,431.17. And of that amount, $63.75 was for, I believe it was a book. And the rest was for travel.
Thank you. Mr. Hankins?
Yeah, just a comment from me, obviously. I kind of, as I listen to this whole discussion, and I get everyone who what they're saying here, I did not utilize Dr. Earhart as I should have. I guess if this passes and we move forward with it, I would like a more defined role, and I'm in full support of what he is offering us and what he has accomplished. But I just think when we first started off, and I'm not blaming anyone, it's myself, if anything, he's been very congenial. He's offered me when asked. I just think as boards, when this does, if it does pass, that we define and maybe get it more, I don't have to say in writing, but what the defined roles. I know that it's there, but going back to the discovery thing, and yes, I did meet with him one-on-one at the beginning, but ever since then, I'm just talking about me, when I've asked questions, he's answered, but mostly it's been pleasantries in the hallways. I do know there's a benefit to having someone seasoned, and he's not pro-admin or pro-board, and he's expressed that to me. He's there to help. I think his real his real motivation is to help our district. And so, if this passes, I would like to see the board get together and get a more defined role. I mean, specifically, and I understand what Ms. Levy is saying. You know, we haven't met together as a board, blah, blah, blah. And I don't mean it blah, 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 but I mean, I get it. I just think it needs to be more rounded into reality space as to our board right now. How can we best utilize him without just leaving it out willy-nilly? And I'm very, very excited that Juan and Joanne have gone to him. And I hear that, and I got to do that. Utilize him more, I guess is what I'm saying. But that's on me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. So yeah, I also don't have a crystal ball about what will or won't pass here, but I really love what you just said, Board Member Hankins, and so I just want to just say yes, totally agree with everything you just said, and maybe offer the suggestion that alongside whether or not we approve this contract, it would be really important, I think, for us to, as soon as possible, schedule a time that all 8 or perhaps 9 of us are available to sit down, talk about, like, what is our desired outcome? How would we like to function? I know we have 2 new board members who I think are doing a fabulous job, but it's really, this is a big, there's a lot of like, well, am I doing this right? Am I doing that right? It would really just be, I think, important for us to all sit down together, first as like a leadership team, and then I think it would be important as well then to meet with the cabinet and like really just sort of clarify and agree on a vision of not just what we want to do, but how we want to do it. So I guess my request to the board would be that whatever the outcome is of this item, if we do choose to approve this contract, that be scheduled as soon as possible. So my question then embedded with that is, thank you, Mr. Hankins, Dr. Garrison, would you be willing to speak to, or I don't know, I have to address Ms. Johnson or Dr. Garrison here, but I would like to hear from Dr. Garrison about his perspective and how he sees, what Mr. Hankins sort of suggested, optimally moving forward.
Thank you. And I'm first going to give the floor to Mr. Romero, and then Dr. Garrison can answer your question. Mr. Romero?
Yeah, I just wanted to just bring up some things about my interactions with Dr. Earhart. I do see it as a really good positive, a really good resource for the board to utilize, should you utilize it. Like, to me, he's consistently shown professionalism throughout and follow through with, which to me builds a lot of trust. Anything I've had to ask him questions and follow up, and yeah, sometimes he doesn't get back to me right away. It's been some times where it's been a week, 2 weeks, or whatever, but he still follows through with me. Student-centered responses to all my questions and suggestions gives me really food for thought to think about too, because sometimes you can't think clearly. He does provide a lot of guidance from my perspective and things. Every time he communicates with everything that he talks about to me, it's clearly with clarity, transparency, and respect about the whole situation in general, not just to myself, but to that whatever topic it is, He's always been it's always been solution-oriented conversations with me. With anything that I bring up or any suggestions, or he'll bring up something, hey, you might want to think about this and that. Oh, okay, well, let's work on something, or give me something to think about. He always does. I don't even have to ask him. It just comes out, which is something very, it gives me a feeling he's in it for something, not just for the paycheck. It's actually, he's genuine in his efforts from what I've found. I do kind of agree with Mr. Hankins and with Ms. Miller about seeing something more clear in his role. Should we decide to go forward with this, but I do see this as a definite benefit to have him around it. It's a really good resource for us to tap into.
Thank you. Dr. Garrison?
So to answer your question, the board work is very difficult. There's always a lot of work that has to be done in the school district, and I want to make sure I note that first before I make my overall statement. Together we can make a lot of great things happen, but of course apart, a lot of things get slowed up in that same conversation. And so one of the things that I would like to just note that is the board does need board development, right? That's a clear thought across many boards. And especially when you're thinking about board and school districts, it's not uncommon that even high-achieving school districts have more conversations around board development, just like districts that needs to improve. And so in that space alone, it is very important that we, have that board development opportunity. Now, naturally, there's a lot of people that can provide that opportunity to the school board. We have WASB, we have other partners in the state that provides this opportunity. Not just, to one board, but it's a consistent conversation across a lot of boards that they provide these types of opportunities for. That board relationship with the superintendent, because it is a 7+1, is super important as it pertains to how we continuously move forward together, right? And so to answer your question, Mrs. Miller, again, the board work is very difficult. I do believe that board development is needed. How we get to that point, again, there's a lot of different opportunities that we can actually look at. Mr. Earhart has been a board consultant. He has been a board's consultant. But it's hard to have a board consultant without having more detailed conversations with the district administration, because, again, I'm up here with you all. I'm doing the work with you all. I'm always available. My staff is here as well to have a lot of the conversations that maybe you all are having with Dr. Earhart that we all need to be having as a collective. My hopes is that regardless of the direction that the board decides to go in, right, that we can figure out the best path and how we work together better, right? And I think when I say we work together, it's not saying that like there's a major hole in how we do everything here in the school district, right? I think sometimes that's a thought that's thrown out there a lot, that there's so many things that's wrong with how we work together, but there's things that we can improve on. But again, find a board and a superintendent that wouldn't say that. Right? Find a board and a superintendent that wouldn't say there's things that we need to improve on. And as we continuously make those improvements, I think you will start seeing the outcomes in which we've always set out to have. I don't think that's a unrealistic thought. And as I put that out there again, I just want to make sure the board understands that it is our goal. It is the district administrator's goal. It is my goal to make sure that we meet the goals of what we set out to move forward with. And so we are always having those conversations around what we need to do to be better. And if we can do that again, consistently with each other, no matter if it's a consultant or with board development, that's where we can really get the biggest bang for our buck. And so that's the best way I can answer that question, Mrs. Miller, but thank you for asking.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh. Okay, there is a, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I hear you mumbling.
No, I didn't mean to mumble.
Okay,
I
okay.
don't want to be rude and interrupt.
Oh.
No, my hand's up. Could I just
Yeah.
respond?
Yeah.
Okay, now that I'm on the mic, I apologize. I wasn't trying to mumble. I just didn't want to interrupt. No, thank you so much. I just really appreciate, Mr. Romero, what you had to say, and I just think, like, kind of in the spirit of what Dr. Garrison just shared, I guess, and I don't know whether or not there's consensus on this, but I think if we do move forward with this contract, personally, I would love to have that clarity conversation, like what are the roles, like what's the best communication practices, like, and just so that we can be synchronized as a leadership team and really truly be cooperative, because like the vision and aspirations that I've heard my colleagues on the board describe regarding this situation sound lovely. I just, we're not there yet, but that doesn't mean we can't get there. So it's just my hope that we can, like, let's schedule soon a time to sit down, parse that out, figure out, like, roles and responsibilities, and just really build a stronger team. I think everybody involved would benefit from that. So thank you for everybody's contributions to the conversation.
Thank you. Mrs. Schultz, may we please have a roll call on the motion, please?
Absolutely. Joanne Rue,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Nay?
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Juan Romero,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-2.
Thank you. Next up, we have the WASB summer, I'm sorry, it is almost 8 o'clock. May I get a motion to extend the meeting 30 minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Brian Nichols, a second by Juan Romero. Any question or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the WASB Summer Learning Symposium. And I am bringing this to the board tonight to discuss the annual WSB Summer Learning Symposium being held on July 11th through 12th in Stevens Point. The background information is the annual symposium allows attendees to hear directly from their peers and education experts. Topics include declining enrollment, referendums, finances, legal and governance updates, financial benchmarking, and a panel of board presidents sharing experience with tips and more. Are there any board members that are interested in attending this event? We got Megan Miller,
I plan to attend.
Amy Levy. Any other board members interested in attending? Okay. I am interested. Juan Romero or Joanne Rue, are you guys interested?
Not this year.
Okay. No, that's fine. And
I still have to look at my schedule. I would be interested in going, but if I could be tentative for my schedule.
okay. So those who are interested in attending, if you would please inform Mrs. Shope and Mrs. Shope do you know when the registration deadline for this is?
I believe the registration deadline is not until July,
Okay.
but I know that the hotel rooms are booking really fast, and the hotels are pretty much full. The two that they recommended, like the convention center and the one right across the street, so there might be difficulty finding hotel rooms.
Okay.
I rent sleeping bags, just in case anybody's interested. I want to add a little humor to the evening, so thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Could I get a motion to approve 3 to 4 board members attending the WSAB Learning Symposium?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Joanne Rue, a second by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the consent agenda. Typically, there is no separate discussion on the items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item or items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in their normal sequence on the agenda. I am asking to have item 6F removed. Are there any other requests to have items removed?
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes. 6I, policy 187.
Any other items? Mrs. Levy.
Thank you. Item D, G, I has already been taken care of. J and K.
D, G, J, and K, Mrs. Levy?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would entertain approval of the consent agenda, items B, Student Success and Support Ad Hoc Committee, E, approval of regular meetings of June 3rd, H, policy 522.2, staff misconduct,
Was C part of that too?
C was removed when we approved the agenda.
Okay, sorry. So moved.
Oh,
Second.
Oh, go ahead, please.
motion by Joanne Rue, second by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. First up, we have item D, Mrs. Levy.
Thank you. I just need to abstain because I wasn't able to attend that meeting, but in going through the notes, I did have a question. It was my understanding that board members were coming together to watch the videos, but it looks like after one video, the meeting was kind of terminated, so I was just curious, like, what happened? What happened?
Length. It took us longer to get through that one video than we had anticipated.
All right, thank you so much. I just need to abstain because I didn't attend. Thank you.
Can we get a motion of approval of the meetings for June 3rd?
So moved.
Second.
It's actually June 2nd.
Thank you, June 2nd. Motion by Joanne Rue, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain?
I'm abstaining.
I'm also abstaining. Thank you.
2 abstentions and 4 in favor. Next, we have, the June 3rd, I'm sorry, the June 9th. The June 9th, all I was going to request is that the adjournment motion be added, and I emailed that to you earlier today, Mrs. Schultz. Thank you. Did anybody else have anything else for June 9th? Okay. A motion for approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Joanne Rue. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have policy 860, visitors to the school. First reading, Mrs. Levy.
Just 1 second. I think let me just double check, but I think the June 3rd meetings were the one that didn't have the adjournment time. No. June 3rd. You said June 9th for the adjournment? Just including the time.
And who made it? And I've already emailed that information to
Oh,
Mrs.
perfect. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. For visitors to the school, thank you whoever added the clarification concerning the reporting required for registered sex offenders. Couple questions. Does this process only apply to registered sex offenders who are parents or guardians of students within our district? Or so let me provide some context. It's my understanding that if a parent or guardian is a registered sex offender, they can still have access to the school, but they have to notify us of like the time, place, purpose, and location when they will be there. Okay. Now, does that extend, because it's not specified in the policy, if a person is a registered sex offender who is not a parent or guardian, can they still come volunteer at the school as long as they follow that same reporting requirements of notifying the school time, place, purpose? You're shaking your head no. Then I think we need to, and I would love to hear from my colleagues, think we need to clarify that in the policy, that this restriction requirement to allow a registered sex offender access to the school only applies to a person who falls in that category and is also a parent or legal guardian of a student within our district. Is anyone opposed to that?
Dr. Garrison or Ms. Beavers, do you want to weigh in?
I'm not opposed to that. This is for first reading. I can also ask the lawyers, if that's a thought there, if needed, but I'm not opposed to it, unless Mrs. Beavers, maybe.
I think that's great language. Somebody who's not a parent or guardian that's trying to volunteer wouldn't pass a background check with that on there. So I think the clarification language is good.
So, and here's my question, and in the spirit of full transparency, I didn't have time to go and look at Wisconsin state statute, which is noted in here, which is 301.45 parent 1G and 301.475 parent 1, and then also there's another one, 301.475 2 parent A, parent B. So it may be outlined in those statutes, but in case other folks didn't go and pull those state statutes as well, I think it would make sense for us to specify. So one, I just want to clarify, are we able to exclude a registered sex offender who, because I didn't think any registered sex offender could come to a school. I didn't think it mattered if you were a parent or guardian. So that is new information to me. So legally, are we able to exclude someone because they are a registered sex offender when we cannot do that for a parent or legal guardian? So I guess that's my first question. And if yes, I would like us to spell out in policy that this registration requirement to gain access, if you fall in that category, is only for parents and legal guardians.
If I'm understanding you correctly, I would say yes, we have the right to exclude them because they would not get through the process that we require universally for anyone to access our buildings as a volunteer. Does that make sense?
It does, but here's my question. Why would a person who is a sex offender, why would they get access just because they're a parent or legal guardian?
Because that's the statute. The language that you see in there is state statute.
See, okay, then I'm not saying right, wrong, well,
Yeah,
maybe we'll get
I
to
mean-
that. But here's the thing, if the reasoning that you're saying, and I might be understanding you wrong, is because they wouldn't pass a background check. Sex offender A and sex offender B, neither one of them should pass the background check. But there's an exception being made, if I'm understanding this correctly, if you're a parent or a guardian.
No, neither would be allowed to volunteer in the building because they wouldn't pass a volunteer. But like if you're coming to a spring sing,
Yeah.
that's where the parent or guardian would be allowed to come. Yeah.
So you can't volunteer, you can't do.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. You are helping me. So you cannot
Trying.
volunteer, but you can participate in like
Conference.
spring sing conferences.
Anything that is arranged in advance with the building administrator or designee for this parent to attend. It's a very limited scope, and it's only for them to have their rights as a parent also observed. But it's very
And
limited.
it typically has to be approved through their PO or,
Okay.
whatever supervision.
And again, I'm just one of 7, but I would like that spelled out in the policies so it's clear and it protects us, it protects them, because like I didn't know that was a thing. So if parents may not be coming to buildings at all because they don't believe that they can, even under these very narrow parameters, I think it would be prudent to spell that in just not a lot, but just like a paragraph. If you are a registered sex offender who is a parent or legal guardian, 1, 2, and 3. And then I guess my final question is, what safeguards do we take as a district? Like if a person who is a registered sex offender says, I'm coming to the spring sing, like what does the district do? Just say, okay, is there like any monitor, like, what does that look like?
I would have to look into our process and get back to you on that. I don't have that memorized because
Okay.
it's very.
And I think it would be important, just from my perspective, I'd love to hear from my colleagues, for that to be, so if you are a parent who wants to take advantage of your rights, that you can know what to expect when you arrive at the school, so there are no surprises on both ends. I think that would be helpful to spell out in policy, but I would love to hear feedback from my colleagues.
Mrs. Rue?
Thank you. So, looking up Wisconsin Department of Corrections, there is another policy, statute 948.13, and then in parentheses, is that a 1 or an L? I don't know. An A, and it says registrants convicted of a serious child sex offense may not work or interact primarily and directly with children under 16 years of age. Violating this law is a Class F felony. So my assumption is they can come, they can sit, conferences, they can interact with the teacher. If it's a sing or something like that, I don't think they're allowed to speak to other children or interact with them in any way, if I'm reading that correctly.
I mean,
Thank you. Dr. Garrison?
sure, I think, we also have the Raptor system too. Like some of this is we captured even if they walked in the building. Let's say they didn't even notify us. Our Raptor system will Raptor that space as well. I say Raptor catch that space as well. To my knowledge, and again, this is just to my knowledge, we do have sex offenders in our community. And if they do want to, access our buildings, it needs to have, it would need to be for a reason. And if there are parents of our students, then naturally they have to follow this policy. We did add this language because it was something that was brought up in previous conversations, and so this was also vetted by our district lawyer team. So that's why it's spelled out the way it is here. That's not to say that we can't add things, but just food for thought. our first and foremost is of course safety for all of our kids, and so if they are there, they have to be for a specific reason that we approve. Right? I think that's also has to be something that is noted. We know they're coming or someone is coming, and then we of course approve it, and so then that gives us the ability to notify whomever we need to notify, so that we can be better prepared for when they are on our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Romero?
Sorry, I'm looking this up here as we're talking right now. I do see something here, protection of students with a court decision in the case of Klosterman versus the school district, and I believe that was in 2022 if I'm reading it correctly. But it affirmed the school board's authority to ban individuals from district property if their presence would unnecessarily expose students to potentially dangerous behavior. So it specifically references a state statute 120.12 parentheses 25 of the Wisconsin statute. So just vaguely reading out that without really diving into the meat and potatoes of that particular court case, it would lead me to believe that there would be a basis of researching this further, and I think we probably would have a good basis to be able to restrict people that don't have, in particular, students in the schools to attend functions and whatnot. I think it would be a good place to start to support that.
Thank you. Mrs. Levy?
Oh, thank you. Just for clarification, and I would defer to the policy chair if this should come back to the full board, if you want this to come back to policy. But the questions that I'm looking to have answered is the new information that is included in the policy revision. If that only applies to parents or legal guardians, I think we should outline that. The things like what you can and cannot do. Yes, you can come to the spring singing conferences. No, you cannot do field trips. And then what to expect. Once you do all the correct things, you call ahead, you get approval to come, all of that is worked out, like what that person can expect. I think that would be the humane thing to also include in the policy so there's no surprises, and hopefully it's a smooth experience for everyone. So just wanting some feedback on whether the policy chair believes this should go back to the policy committee, or if we can get all of these questions answered the next time in a regular board meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Nichols?
I would recommend that we bring it back to the policy committee and make the adjustments there. Changes, yes.
Okay.
And I think we got to do a little bit more research too.
Okay. Mrs. Rue?
So one more point. I don't remember. Ms. Levy, did you say something about sings or not? I don't remember.
Sings were a part of the discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So were you in, I don't know if we can legally, I hope we can legally say they can't, because like the victim's identity would be protected. And if the victim is performing at the sing, I think their safety and their comfort is paramount above the perpetrator of the violence too. And so I don't know what our rights are there, but I would hope that the child would have more rights than the adult in that case.
Thank you. Mr. Romero, is your hand up again?
Yes, actually it is. I did look at it here, Wisconsin Legislature Statute 120.1225. It does state that powers of a school board includes the power to authorize a ban from district property of an individual whose presence of district property to the board has detrimental danger. So it does say that, it does allow for that. So it's just a matter of how we choose to word it, like Mrs. Levy is suggesting.
Thank you. Okay, so 860 visitors to the school will go back to the policy committee. Next, we have 187 public participation at board meetings. Mr. Nichols.
Okay, I would like to add on policy 187 under bullet point number 2, public comment during committee meetings. I'd like to add to the end of that 3 minutes to speak. Special meetings of committees will not have designated times for public comment.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, that's a motion to add
I think
that.
that's already included. It's in the second, I'm so sorry, Board President.
Go ahead, Mrs. Levy.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. Under
Okay.
public comment during board committee, if you go to that second paragraph, the second line, it says special board meetings will not have a designated time for public comment.
Very good, thank you.
Here to help.
So, did, Mr. Nichols, for clarification then, you are recommending that because that first statement says board meetings, and this, what you're specifying for committee meetings?
Okay, yeah, just a second. We had already taken out and committee meetings will not have, so we need to put it back, either we need to put it back in there or we can add it to the end of item number 2, because item number 2 direct specifically talks about committee meetings.
Yeah.
So I believe it should remain there.
Okay, okay. So you want to leave it,
I move that we add the special meetings of committees will not have designated time for public comment at the end of 2, item bullet point 2.
Second?
okay. Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Mrs. Levy?
Thank you. Well, I guess I just want clarification because I also wanted this pulled and I kind of have a short list of things. So it now be the appropriate time and then maybe we can amend the motion like as discussed, or is that okay? Thank you so much. Okay, so my first item, if we can start at the top of the policy under public comment during board meetings. The sentence that says, accordingly, the public is invited to attend it's kind of awkwardly stated, and I am proposing to make that kind of more fluid, that we adjust that to say, accordingly, the public is invited to attend any open meeting of the full board or board committee, because as it's written now, it talks about open sessions and open meetings, and I think that could be confusing. Is anyone opposed to that? And I can repeat that if needed.
It doesn't look like anyone is in opposition.
Okay, Ms. Shope, did you get that? Should I repeat it? Okay, thank you. The second thing is what Policy Chair Nichols had mentioned. On that second paragraph with the parentheses, it says special board meetings will not have a designated time for public comment. I'm just wondering why I'm not available at the time that the policy committee meetings are happening, so unfortunately I can't attend. So if you could provide some context as to why the decision is being proposed to not allow public comment at special board meetings?
Those are reserved for the regular board meetings and committee meetings. Now they are, or they will be.
So let me rephrase my question. I love the idea of expanding public comment and community engagement. I love it. I'm so glad that we're discussing this. And so absolutely, yes, I'm a fan of having public comment at committee meetings. I'm just wondering why we wouldn't then also extend that to special meetings.
I don't want to speak for Vice President Nichols, but one of the reasons I could see is, for example, when we recently had a special meeting to vote on an Exhibit A, most of us met virtually, so sometimes we have to have kind of emergency special meetings, and maybe just in the interest of time, getting in, getting the work done, and leaving.
Okay, thank you so much. My next question was actually the next sentence. It says, each person wishing to speak shall complete the public comment card with their first and last name and home address, including city and state. And then does anyone oppose to adding if applicable? And my rationale behind that is that we don't want to discourage unhoused people from participating. Like if I need to complete a public comment card and this is the information that is required, but I don't have that information, I just want to make it clear that, especially with a homeless population that we have in our district, that no one is unintentionally disenfranchised from participating because they may not have all of the information that's being requested on the public comment card. So again, is anyone opposed to adding if applicable?
It doesn't appear that anyone has any objections to that. Anyone? Mr. Nichols?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you so much. So next, down another sentence says the comment card, I'm not sure why that's capitalized. Maybe there's something that I'm not maybe something that I'm missing, but the comment card shall be given to the board secretary for entry into the public record. And again, this has people's personal information. If by entry into the public record, we mean like for the minutes, because in the following minutes, we'll have the first person's name and I believe the last initial. If we could just kind of clarify, and maybe this is just something that goes on the public comment card. So one, let me just pause. Into the public record, does that just mean just adding it to the minutes, or is there some other place this is publicly dispersed?
Mrs. Schultz?
Basically, what it means is the public record, which is the minutes, but it's not the minutes that we're publishing on board docs or publishing in the newspaper. It's the minutes that we are keeping in our permanent files.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So is anyone opposed to saying changing public records to meeting minutes and then specifying that the person's last name and address will not be included, since that's our current practice? Is anyone opposed to that?
Any objections? So just for clarification, Mrs. Shope, that information will be retained here in CAC, the information on the public comment cards. We're just not putting it on the minutes.
Well, let me clarify something, Mrs. Shope. First of all, anything in this policy that's not green or red was in the policy that was approved in August 15th, 2023. Is that not correct? Or before? Yeah, okay. All right. I guess I don't see a problem. I personally don't see a problem with it, but I'll leave it,
I have a point of order. It's coming up on the 30-minute mark here.
Thank you, Mr. Romero.
Would you like to make
May I get a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? I'm sorry, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Just for clarity, was the motion by Mr. Romero and seconded by Mr. Nichols?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nichols, I think you were speaking.
No, I was finished. So I guess I don't really, I don't see a need to change that. I mean, it's, if somebody did an open record request, that would be available, correct?
Yes, it
Okay.
would be
Okay. I submit
in our
that.
permanent files,
Yeah,
which,
okay.
I mean, it is in the minutes in our permanent files. It's just not in published
In the
public
in the
minutes.
newspaper.
So
Right.
I guess, in my opinion, I would not change it to say that it's not going to be put into the minutes, because it is in the minutes. It's just not being published publicly,
Right.
if that makes sense.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, please.
I think it is unintentionally misleading, because if I fill out a public comment card that has my first and last name and my address, and this policy says that it's going to be entered into the public record, I would think that that information is going to automatically be made public, when that's not necessarily the case. It's going to be entered into the minutes, and your last name and address will not be included. So just for clarification, I just wanted the policy to accurately reflect our current process. For example, people used to come and give their first and last name and their address on the card and announce it before they gave public comment. And that, if you are within the district, is not, we kind of deal with that later, but that's no longer the practice.
Would changing the word, changing that statement then, how does this sound? The comment card shall then be given to the board secretary for entry into the district's records.
No,
You don't,
I think that's better. Yep.
Mr.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay. Is it okay if I continue?
Point of clarification, so I'm taking out the word public and putting in districts.
Districts record.
Okay, thank
Mrs. Levy?
Thank you so much. That third paragraph towards the end, I'm just wondering why the change is being proposed to no longer allow 2 people to yield their time, but dropping that down to just 1. If I could get some context around that, please.
Yes, the policy, in the discussions at the policy committee level, it was a consensus that we change that back to from 9 minutes to 6 minutes.
Okay. Just in the interest of time, or? Okay, thank you so much. And then my next item is in that next paragraph. No individual may yield their 3 minutes for a public comment email submission. I'm just wondering, just to be consistent, if I'm here in person and I could get up to 6 minutes, if I submit an email and I have someone email Ms. Shope saying that they're yielding my time, is there a reason why they wouldn't have that same courtesy extended to them? Just because they couldn't appear in person. And I'm concerned that we may run into some access issues. Like, folks may not be able to come to a meeting for a number of reasons, but because they can't show up here, they get less opportunity to share their public concern.
Thank you, Mrs. Levy. I appreciate what you are saying. I will let the board know, if you look at the Madison School District, Racine, Milwaukee, Janesville, and there was another one I looked at, our current public comment time and practices are very, very generous to our public. Restricting it by 3 minutes is still very, very generous compared to many of other districts. There are districts where people get 2 minutes, and that's all they get, which is also like the Rock County Board of Supervisors. You get 2 minutes, and you don't get to have anybody waive time to you. So I'm in support of this because I think it's fair and respectful of the board's time, our administrators' time, our taxpayers' time, because they're the ones paying for our administrators to be here during these meetings. So,
yeah, and I don't disagree with you. I just think it should be the same. Because if you're able to physically come down here, you get more time than someone who, for whatever reason, we don't know, is not able to physically be here. They get less access, less time. So I do agree. I think we're generous, but I just think that should be consistent. And if it's not, I think there could be a concern about limiting access to folks who can't show up in person for whatever reason.
Yep, thank you. And again, I have not yet found a school district that has policies saying people can email public comment in. People can certainly email board members at any time, between meetings, during meetings, in the middle of the night, they can email us. So I'm comfortable with that, and I understand the access. If people want to email us, they certainly can. Mr.
I'm sorry, just my final point. And thank you for sharing your perspective, but do you mind if we check in with other board members just to get consensus on that, or whether or not it should change?
Certainly. Mr. Romero?
Yeah, I don't really see too much of an access issue when it comes to that, because of course people aren't going to be able to make every meeting, or there's not a time when everyone's going to make every meeting. But there is something that's already allowed for that specific thing. There's nothing stopping anybody from sending in their comments, like Mrs. Johnson just said. Email it in. It's going to get read. You're going to get your minutes in read. It's still, the opportunity is still there. Yes, we would love to see people attend, and we would love to see people put their voice forward in person, but that's not always the case. Life happens. So there is always an opportunity that maybe it's not publicly noted or not as well put out there for everybody to know that you can email your comments in. So I don't see that as much of an issue as what it might seem. The opportunity, in my opinion, it's still there. I don't see it as a problem.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
Thanks. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is the current practice and has been historically the practice of the Beloit City Council that people can email public comment. I think it's until noon. So with respect to kind of all the opinions, I think it's consistent with our community just to allow people to email comments for exactly the reason that you said, actually, because like life happens and we don't want to inadvertently remove anybody's like First Amendment right.
Yes, and this policy is not removing anybody's opportunity to email a comment in. It's restricting their ability to yield time to another one via email. And you know, somebody can make a fake email account, and all of a sudden we've got lots of people with us with time yielded, and we really have no way of knowing exactly who it's been yielded from. Mrs. Rue?
Yeah, I was just going to say I would encourage the public to email each of the board members too, because we can read that and it doesn't have to be a time limit involved at all then.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I would entertain a motion for 185.4.
So moved.
Second.
No,
Oh, this is for 187.
oh, I'm sorry.
187.
I'm sorry, we're on the wrong one. I'm on the wrong one. For clarification, was that motion as amended?
As amended, yes.
Thank you. That was a motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Joanne Rue.
I have a question though.
Certainly.
What are we, it said first reading, so are we passing this policy now, or as with all the changes, we're done with it? It doesn't come for a second reading?
It does come for a second reading. We just made some changes to it. Next time we see it, it will have those changes in it. Mr. Romero?
I'd like to make a motion to make this the second reading. We just pretty much hashed all this.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Juan Romero, seconded by Joanne Rue to make this a second reading. Any discussion? Mrs. Miller?
Thanks. I was really excited to see this policy come forward. In fact, adding public comment explicitly to committee meetings is something that I personally advocated for back in 2019. So I have I don't have really any major objections, but I think like when we waive policy, it should be, I guess I just don't see the urgency. So I don't, if anybody wants to weigh in on that. I don't want to support the second reading piece just because I don't see urgency. I think it's important for us to kind of like adhere to practice and policy. Other than that, I'm excited that this came forward.
Any other comments?
Well, the only comment I'll make is just that second reading is not required by Robert's rules or in state statute.
Okay, we are voting on whether or not to make this a second reading. Mrs. Shope, may I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Juan Romero,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Nay?
Joanne Rule,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
4-2.
Now I will take a vote on approving the 187 with the amendments. All, for second reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm so sorry, isn't that what we just did?
We did the second reading, whether or not we were going to do the second reading.
Okay, so if this is the second reading, then it's done. I'm not sure why we're
Oh.
approving it again.
Okay. Well,
So we waived the first reading. So this would be approval as if it was the final reading. So if that motion carried, which it sounds like it did, then we're done.
okay. Okay, next item is 185, Policy Committee. Mrs. Levy.
Thank you so much. So a few things, these comments are being directed to you, Board President Johnson, and then please disperse them. My first question is, does the MPL or Master Policy Logbook still exist? Yeah, okay, I'm getting a nod, yes. So to the best of my information, there's not currently an identified policy review cycle. And in fact, as described in Policy 151, which we'll get to in a minute, it states the superintendent of schools shall report to the board and/or policy committee from time to time on policies in operation and shall propose such changes as deemed necessary. So we don't have like a 5-year cycle where this cluster or this group of policies are going to be reviewed like at a certain point. So, and again, if your policy doesn't match your practice, one of them has to change. So if someone from the policy committee could just provide some context, because that's not currently a thing that we do.
Okay. Mr. Nichols, did you want to reply to that?
You're correct, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be doing that, and that's the reason for the change.
Okay, so let me just circle back. The master policy logbook, is that separate than the policies housed in board docs? Okay, and is there currently a cadence that we're just not adhering to, like a 5-year cycle, and we just need to start doing it, or does that need to be created? Because I guess that would impact when the policy goes into implementation, because we don't want to adjust a policy just to violate it.
It's the beginning. So we can't do the whole playbook tonight.
Okay, let me see if I can clarify my question. Is there in existence a 5-year plan for how and when our policies are reviewed? Or is the goal to pass this policy and then create a 5-year plan as to when policies will be reviewed?
Dr. Garrison, do you know if there is a 5-year plan?
There was not a 5-year plan prior to me coming on, and I currently do not have a 5-year plan to review all of our policies currently.
So is there a reason we want to hold ourselves to a policy that says, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I think it's great, that we're going to review on a 5-year cycle that doesn't exist?
Well, if you look at the first sentence, it was a part of the policy. To assist in creating a learning environment that optimizes student achievement by reviewing the master policy logbook on a 5-year cycle, personnel reflect I don't know how that, anyway, it was already there.
No, I understand that, but that's the beauty of reviewing policy. So if your policy does not reflect your practice, then one of them needs to change. So if we're approving this, we are now saying, all right, we've reviewed it, we're aware of it, and we're responsible. So I just have some hesitation with approving a policy and there's no plan in place to make that policy true. And I'm wondering if anyone else shares that hesitation.
Anyone else have similar concerns?
President Johnson, could I offer some context?
Yes, please.
Okay, so years ago, when that part of this policy was created, first of all, the master policy logbook basically has a list of every policy that we have, and then it has columns behind those policies that indicate when the policy was last revised or reviewed and why it was reviewed. In the past, we've had a couple different ways that policy was reviewed. So I've had superintendents who have said to me, divide up the policies by the areas of expertise. So 500s are all about human resources. So the 500s would go to that department, to that head person. So in this case, it would be Ms. Almendares. And I would say, please review these policies. So she would look through those policies and see which policies haven't been reviewed in years and might need to be updated, or which policies maybe have just been reviewed or haven't been reviewed in years but don't need any change. And then she would send that list back to me and let me know that. Same thing would happen with the 200 series, which is the superintendent administrator series. He or she would do the same thing. Same thing with, like the 600s, which is mostly finance, or the 700s, which is mostly facilities, and so on. That would give us a starting point of which policies need to be worked on or reviewed or sent for revision. Another way it was done was we took the master policy logbook and we went through and we found a series that hadn't been touched in years. Like there were hardly any updates made to that entire series. So previous superintendent said, let's take that series, let's start with that series and start working through. And we've done that with several series. So if you looked at the master policy logbook today, you would see that a couple of those series have either the entire series has been done or 90% of the series has been done within the last few years. So that's the way that's kind of how this came to be, because a different board said we should have a cycle of how these things are reviewed, looked at, not necessarily changed, but at least looked at, and somebody has put a set of eyes on it to say, does this policy need to be updated?
So it sounds like, if I'm understanding you correctly, that review process isn't necessarily coming from the policy committee. It sounds like it's going to the department heads, and then they'll review like, yes, hasn't been changed in a while, but it doesn't need to be changed, hasn't been changed in a while, and it needs to be changed. So then those things would go to the policy committee. So I'm just wondering, because again, we want the policy to reflect the practice that we want to have. And this, I'm concerned that number one is saying that we're doing a thing that we're not doing, and it doesn't have the nuance of what is being done in the background. But if no one else has that concern, I mean, I can just vote against it and we can move on. I don't want to waste folks' time if no one else is concerned.
Did you have any other comments?
I do. So number 2 says policies requiring annual review are designated in the MPL. Is there a list in the MPL of these things are required to be reviewed annually, and those list of policies are communicated to the policy chair and the superintendent so that there can be a cadence or schedule for how we are meeting those annual review obligations?
To be totally honest, I'd have to look and see if those policies are still designated. They used to be designated with like an asterisk on that master policy log sheet for each of the series. I don't believe there were too many, like maybe 2 at the time that needed to be done, like handled that way. I'd have to look because I can't tell you off the top of my head.
No, and I appreciate you being willing to do that. I would just say, as my time on policy, I can. There are more than 2 policies that need to be reviewed annually, but I don't think that we are all aware of the totality of that list and are doing it. So again, my concern with number 2 is the concern with number 1. We're saying we're doing a thing that we're not doing. In number 3. Same issues, so I'll move to number 4. If someone could provide some context of why the phrase promote equity and access is proposed for deletion in the policy, that's concerning to me.
Well, it's covered by fair and inclusive practices that support the needs of the district's diverse student body and staff. It covers it.
Okay, we can probably agree to disagree on that one. I think equity and access are very specific things. But if no one else is opposed to the deletion of equity and access, I am fine with moving on. The last paragraph, I am just wondering, hold on one second. The last paragraph, along the same lines, I'm just wondering why policies will be reviewed using a diverse, equity, and inclusive lens, why that statement is proposed for deletion. And then I just have one more question.
Mr. Nichols?
Well, first, are you talking about the policy that's the last paragraph that's lined through?
I'm talking about the policy that we've been discussing, 185.4, the last paragraph, which is highlighted in pink and stricken. So again, my question is there a reason why that paragraph, which includes the phrase, policies will be reviewed using a diversity, equity, and inclusive lens, is proposed for deletion?
The paragraph is very redundant and covered through in the aforementioned policy that's written.
Okay, again, I guess we can agree to disagree. But if no one else on the board takes issue with policies will be reviewed using a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens, with that being stricken, I'm fine with moving on and just voting against it. All right, last question, good to know. This policy is also converging or proposing a conversion of the Policy and Human Resources Committee. So I guess my broad question, the administration brings us HR recommendations. Is the intent of merging these 2 committees that A, the committee will be able to edit the recommendations and then the edited version will move on to the full board? Or is the intent B, the original recommendations of the administration will always move on to the full board with recommendations from the committee? So for example, there's a list of 10 people that the administration thinks that we should hire for whatever positions, and then the committee weighs in and says, we have concerns about this, this, and this, or we're all good with the full slate. So again, option A, the edited recommendations will make it to the full board, or option B, the full original slates of administrative recommendations will make it to the full board, but with recommendations also from the committee.
Mr. Nichols?
Well, I know there was concern at the policy committee meeting about timing, but if you go back and look at the archives, when there was a policy and personnel committee they met every 2 weeks and sometimes more frequently, if necessary, to move a personnel situation. We'll call it human resources today. In those days, it was personnel. You can look back. I'm not going to take time to go back and read documents from 2018 and 2017 and 2016 and 2019, et cetera. So the idea is to work together, help. It's not to slow anything up. It's not to slow the process up. That's the thing that, we want to look at the glass half empty instead of the glass half full. The idea is to provide more eyes at the committee level on those things before we move them to the full board. So
I'm so sorry. My question was, is the intent, option A, to move an edited recommended slate for employee recs to the full board for then the 7 of us to decide what to do with it? Or option B, to move the original administrative request to the full board with recommendations from the committee? Those are 2 very different things.
Board Member Lee, I believe it depends on the situation. I think we have to trust our committees to bring, good governance to the board. And so there may be something that we see that doesn't look out of sight, that looks out of line, at which point we would coordinate with the Director of Human Resources and the superintendent.
I don't think I understand your response. If I am understanding you correctly, and you please let me know if you're not, and then I'm going to yield the floor because I've been talking way too long. It sounds like what you're saying is this policy proposes option A. The superintendent and administration will submit employee recommendations, and the committee of 3, not 7, will have the ability to alter that list of recommendations before it ever makes it to the 7 of us. Did I understand you correctly?
Before you answer, Mr. Nichols, it is 8:59. May I get a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Amy Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Mr. Nichols.
So it's pretty well covered in personnel or human resource recommendation review. After thorough review, the committee may recommend approval of the superintendent's recommendation, recommend amendments to the proposal, or recommend denial of the proposal with justification. If we don't have a justification, we wouldn't propose a denial.
No, so I think we might be missing the point. 3 people have the right to approve, deny, or adjust, and that was previously the responsibility of 7 folks. So just for clarification, you're saying, yes, that's the intention, because that's very different than saying the full board will always see the administrative's original proposal, but now you will also see recommendations from this 3-member committee. But it sounds like that's not it, that the original proposal could be augmented before it ever makes it to the full board. So the 7 of us, have less input than the 3 people on the committee. Am I misunderstanding something? No. Thank you so much.
Just as it was in the past.
Not really talking about the past, just want clarification for this evening. Thank you so much, sir.
Is it possible to, just as with our policies, when our policies come to us and we can see the green and the pink and what's been changed, is it possible to have the HR recs come to us like that? With what recommendations, well, not just like that, but with the recommendations from the committee level?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry, so are we at option A or option B? Because you just confirmed for me, nope, this is option B, and now you're telling Board President Johnson that we'll do option A. So I really do want to give up the floor, but I need to understand.
I think he just needed some clarity there, and maybe explaining it, looking at policy, how we've done it with policies, and the recommendations are there, then we can see the original, the edits, and then as the board, all of us vote on that.
So that is what is going to happen. We will see the administration's original recommendation and then any edits that are proposed but not confirmed from the committee. Is that accurate?
That's what I would like to see, Mr. Nichols.
I agree. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Rue?
I don't know, like, for discussing policy stuff, like, I have a suggestion, but, like, is this how we do this? Like, this just is a lot of in the weeds, it feels like. So, I guess, like, maybe because I agree, I like having fair, inclusive, and equitable practices all part of it. So like if we change the wording to, in evaluating and recommending policy changes, the committee shall consider fair, inclusive, and equitable practices that support the diverse needs of the district students and staff. Then all policies will be reviewed through a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens in consultation with a member of the district's legal team. But like, I don't know why it wasn't that way, or why things were taken out. I understand redundancy, but I think that both of those statements still need to be in there. But I wasn't part of the original conversation either. I don't know. I guess I don't know what I'm saying at this point. Sorry.
Juan Romero.
So here's my take on this. Things like this, the more I'm going through these things, the more I'm looking at and the more I'm learning, I'm really feeling like these kind of issues need to be handled at committee levels. Like we should really be handling this because at the board levels, we're dealing with not only just a certain few topics here. Now, I had the same issue, which is the original reason why, one of the original reasons why I wasn't agreeing with some things at the particular policy meeting. Because of that, but there's nothing stopping me from going to, let's say, a committee that I'm not on, like the finance committee, for example. I have the ability to see what's on the agenda. I have the ability to do my research and do what I got. I have the ability to either show up or get my questions out there or get my information out there for my own clarity, for my own issues or what I have. There's opportunity for me to do that. And that in turn helps that committee in particular to handle those things out. Hey, we got this kind of response here, let's look at this and that. Handle it here, because now when you don't, then you bring it up to the board and you're handling it at the board level, which is, again, one of the reasons in the previous policy thing that I recommend just doing a second read, because we just hash through it. We're spending a lot of time here. We have time that people from administration are here doing things that have nothing to do with this particular topic or that particular topic that still have to go through all this as well. There has to be a way that we can do this stuff more at committee level. And not saying any of the suggestions or issues are brought up are that like they don't have merit. They're absolutely very good, valid reasons, valid points. 99% of the time, but there still has to be a way to be able to handle this and get this hashed out. And then, like Ms. Johnson said, something like to where it comes up to this was the original. This is what the committee suggests. After and bringing it up to the boards, this way there could still be this is what the committees want and what was originally brought up, and there's a different context there as well. But again, these are things that can be seen, what's originally being brought up to the committee at the committee level to go through and hash out. But I mean, that's how I would look at it if I have any issues to go through with something like that. Then if I have any other question like that, either I'm sending my emails or I'm looking at the agenda to do my research and asking my own questions as well as there. And it's not to hide anything from anybody, but at the same time, it's kind of, that's what committees are for. If not, then why would we do anything in committee level? Just do it all at board level, and it's kind of, anyway, so that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. So yeah, I'll just echo Board Member Rue's comment. I also would like to keep the equity and access, and I just, here, I missed the other, sorry, the, where's it? Diversity, equity, and inclusion lens in the policy, so I would also be in favor of that. I guess for both this policy and I believe it's the next one, yeah, the 151, earlier when we talked about the renewal of the board consultant contract, several board members expressed an interest in just like sitting down and having like some kind of a workshop and like agreeing on like how do we want to do the things. So this has been a very robust discussion. I do have some points to make about the specific policy, but before I do, in the interest of time, I'm just wondering if there is a sentiment on the board for us to sit down with Dr. Garrison, perhaps with Dr. Earhart as well, and just like hash through like how do we want to utilize committee, like what is our mutually agreed upon shared vision for like the best way for us to operate, because I feel like that would actually like solve the majority of both of these policies. So I guess before I continue with my original questions, I just want to like pitch that out there. I don't know if Board President Johnson, if you have any thoughts on that.
We can discuss that later. I would like to either decide right now, are we going to send policy 185.4 back to policy or vote on it?
Well, okay, so again, in the interest of time, I do have some concerns that I'll just bring up, and alongside, I guess, a motion to send 185.4 back to committee, which I'm more than willing to, Mr. Romero's point, to attend. The concerns I have, in addition to several that I've heard already, why create all the additional barriers and obligations for staff, both those who are currently like employed and those who are maybe trying to seek employment elsewhere or trying to become employed by us. It is a past practice, and there's a reason why it was changed. And so I guess that's a concern I have, which we can talk about if we want to, I suppose, but I guess I'll just leave it with a motion to send policy 185.4 back to committee.
There's a motion on the floor to send 185.4 back to committee by Megan Miller. Is there a second?
So moved. Second.
Second by Joanne Rue. Any discussion? Mrs. Levy?
Thank you. Which applies to this specific policy, but broader than that, Mr. Romero, to your point, two things why I don't believe that will work for me. I think you just made a great suggestion. One, on the organizational meeting, we put our availability, and I am not available at 4, and that's when policy happens. And two, just like when I explained it, and I thought I got a clear answer, but then when Board President Johnson explained it, it was totally different. I think that you get a different response when you email something pertaining to this policy versus when you have a discussion about this policy. So those are two challenges that I have. With respect to this, Now that we've had the discussion, I think it's easier to submit information about the policy, and then maybe it will make more sense. But yeah, I'm in favor of this going back to policy, and I'm not sure why these robust conversations are not happening in the policy committee meeting, and this stuff is clarified before it comes to the full board. Not sure why that's not happening.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay.
Any others opposed?
Nay.
I'm sorry?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-2. The next policy is 151, Board Policy Development. Is there a motion? Or wait, no, I'm sorry, Mrs. Levy, you pulled that one.
Thank you so much. I just have two things. Number one, so the first edit that says to be taken under consideration by the policy chair. But let me back up and give some context. So this is kind of discussing which policies get reviewed, which may be a moot point if we get that 5-year cycle and we have a cadence, but just to be clear, we don't currently have that. It currently says that the responsibility of what policies are going to be reviewed is solely on the policy chair. I think that's wildly inappropriate. I think this should, at the very minimum, should, outside of a regular cadence where you know what policies are going to be reviewed, this should be the policy committee in consultation with the superintendent, not solely the responsibility of the policy chair. So I'll just kind of pause and ask for feedback. Is anyone opposed to that? Or is there some reason that was worded that way that I'm missing context on?
Mr. Nichols, did you want to respond to that?
Well, we have to start somewhere, and Dr. Garrison and I have talked multiple times about different policies, and they'll bring policies to the committee as you know, it goes through one of the cabinet members and to Dr. Garrison. It comes to the policy. You know, as the policy says, that, you know, the superintendent doesn't write policy, but recommends it. And so that's the reason for this. But this is more about having 2 readings at the policy level and the final reading at the board reading. Board meeting. That's what this, so.
No, I'm so sorry. I have some questions about that, but I haven't gotten there yet. So let me back up and maybe, again, this is why email is a challenge. Let me back up one sentence. Proposals for new policies or changes to existing policies may also be initiated in writing by any board member, staff member, or citizen of the district. Now, here's the new part. To be taken under consideration by the policy chair for determination of need, appropriateness, and potential benefit to the school district. So if I am a community member, a staff member, a board member, or a citizen, and I am proposing a new policy or an edit to a policy, I think that determination as to whether that will be taken up by the committee and then the full board should never be made by one, and it's absolutely nothing personal, should never be made by one person. That should be the decision of the committee in consultation with the superintendent. And then if it passes through that level of scrutiny, then it comes on to the full board. And again, I have history with this policy. I think it's incomplete because it doesn't say what happens. So for example, a staff member can make a request that we review a policy or edit a policy, and it just goes into the ether. There's nothing in the policy that says how that person should be followed up with, what the time frame is for that. So as a board member, if I make a request to an edit to a policy or something that I want to see on the agenda, It just says, yep, you can make the request, but it doesn't talk about follow-up, time frame, anything. And again, I don't think that should be the responsibility of one person. And then I have one other concern, but I just want to pause there so we can kind of check the pulse of the board, because I don't know, maybe people are okay with that.
So, the next sentence that starts, the policy proposals shall be studied by the policy committee at 2 policy committees before being sent to the full board. So that's the answer to your question.
It's not the answer to the question. I'm not there yet. Before something can be studied, it has to be on the agenda. And again, this says proposals for new policies or changes to existing policies may be initiated in writing by a board member, staff member, or citizen to the district. And then if we agree with what whoever wrote, to be taken under consideration by the policy chair. That makes you the sole gatekeeper, because you can't study something that's not on the agenda. And the way this policy is written, you and you alone decide what makes it to an agenda.
What is the board's feeling right now to send this one also back to committee? Okay,
I'd be in favor of sending it back to committee.
okay.
If I may, I think we need to give some guidance.
Well, perhaps you can call the policy committee chair and have a conversation with him, and you guys can work this out. If you need a translator, I would suggest Dr. Garrison.
I would welcome that.
May I very briefly? Thank you so much. You're being very generous, and I appreciate that. I totally don't need a translator, but I think it would be important, because I don't want this to ping pong back and forth, send it back. So I think it's like the humane thing to do. If we're putting this back in the lap of the policy committee, like, what is the expectation of the board? Like, are we not okay with a gatekeeper? Do we want to know how people are going to be responded to, what the time frame is? And we haven't gotten to my second issue.
Which is why I am strongly encouraging you, Dr. Garrison, and Mr. Nichols, have a meeting and hash some of this out, because, and when I say if you need a translator, of course I was being facetious. Me and my husband need a translator most of the time, so come on, that's the way it is. So Mrs. Levy and Dr. Garrison, if you and Mr. Nichols, if the three of you don't mind doing that, so we can move on, because we still do have other items that we need to get to.
No, I hear you. I just don't think that's appropriate for the respect of transparency. I want everything to be public-facing and in the open, so the public knows how we as a committee and as a full board arrive at decisions. So that's actually something I'm not comfortable with.
Okay, well, because this is taking up way too much board time. So you guys maybe emails, and I understand the transparency bit, but we don't have to do 100% of our work and our questions at the board meeting. That's why we have the committee meetings. That's why we have telephones. That's why we have the emails, to get all of that, so we're not using up these people's precious time.
I move that we move it back to the policy committee.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion on moving it back to the policy committee? Okay, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, could you just give us a recap of which policies are going back to committee, please? I just want to make sure I caught everything. Thank you.
Right now, it is 185.4 and 151.
860.
$860, 185.4, and 151.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Next up, we have the Human Resources Employment Recommendations. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep, sorry.
That's it.
Okay. Are there any open session questions on Exhibit A? Are there any closed session questions on Exhibit A?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering specific personnel recommendations. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Mrs. Schultz?
Yes. Joanne Rule,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Juan Romero,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
The Board of Education may reconvene to public session in order to take action, if any, on items discussed in closed session. Thanks.
I needed to, Michelle.
Okay, we are back in open session, and we are on item 7B, the Human Resources Committee Report Employment Recommendation Exhibit A. I will entertain a motion.
I move approval of Exhibit A, employee recommendations, minus the transfer portion.
Second?
We have a motion by Amy Levy and seconded by Megan Miller to approve Exhibit A, employment recommendation minus the transfer section. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I don't know if anyone wants discussion, but
Thank you. I'm sorry if anybody minds my error there. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. No, it doesn't pass.
May I clarify?
Yes, please.
Did I hear 3 nays?
Yes, 3 nays and 3 ayes.
3 ayes, 3 nays, then the motion failed.
Yes. Is there a different motion for Exhibit A?
I
Go ahead, please. No, after you. You're good.
move approval of the retirements and resignations section of Exhibit A.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Juan Romero. The motion was to approve the retirement and resignation section of Exhibit A. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Are there any other motions for Exhibit A?
I move approval of the additional compensation portion of Exhibit A.
Second?
A motion by Mrs. Levy, seconded by Ms. Miller for approval of the additional compensation portion of Exhibit A. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, we certainly can. Mrs. Schopp, when you're ready.
Juan Romero,
Nay.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Nay.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Joanne Rue,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Nay.
Motion failed.
I would entertain a motion for any other positions.
I move, sorry.
Ms. Miller?
Thanks. I move approval of the mayoral principal position.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion to approve the Merrill principal position by Megan Miller, seconded by Juan Romero. Any discussion? Mrs. Levy.
Thank you so much. I'll be brief. I can't support this recommendation because I don't believe it's appropriate to put someone in leadership that does not have full licensure. So for that reason, I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 5-1. Any other motions for Exhibit A? Hearing none. That brings us to Section 8, Executive Session, BEA negotiations and strategy, superintendent evaluation, and approval of closed session minutes. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to employment or promotion evaluation items, and pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent E of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to compensation and negotiations with the BEA. Is there a motion?
I move that we move to closed session.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Mrs. Shope?
Joanne Rue,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Juan Romero,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
The Board of Education may reconvene to public session in order to take any action, if necessary, on items discussed in closed session. Thank you.